I'm working for Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. My current role actually public affairs, communication, and sustainability. The sustainability initiative that Coca-Cola have, where we take action on 6 key social and environmental areas. So we will reduce our use of packaging where we can and ensure that equivalent of all the packaging we do use is collected, reuse and recycle. We can reduce the water we use. We really aim to reduce the greenhouse gas emission and supporting the government pledge in the Paris Agreement. Our key partners are Dynapack Asia for sustainable packaging. We aim to grow together with them and also have a great solution for our business to grow. We have met a number of commitments that align with the target underpinning the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Port, as a gateway and national economic driver. Opens hope and the future of Indonesia. Extends the spirit to keep moving forward. By optimizing Indonesia's strategic position as a maritime country. The world's trading interchange has become our way to continuously creating opportunities, strengthen the port's central role in both regional and the world by building logistic ecosystem. We move as the global trade becomes more dynamic, and the world is in our hand. With the spirit to lead the world's class integrated maritime ecosystem. To bring the joy by distributing various goods all over the world and maintains our customers' trust by increasing connectivity and service integration. Indonesian Port emerges in business services. Pelindo Container Terminal, Pelindo Multi-Terminal, Pelindo Logistics Solution, Pelindo Maritime Services. Because we aim to create a better future, Pelindo strives to improve the quality of port operations through the usage of digital-based technology and human resource capability and quality development. We believe that everywhere we go, every step we make, we must always be useful for others. We make our way in the industrial sector that continues to grow and demand changes. We build synergies to turn challenges into new opportunities. Pelindo, Indonesia's logistic chain for the world.
Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, is a world-leading research-intensive university. The growth of Asia has seen a rise in ambitious young Asian universities like NTU Singapore. As part of its Smart Campus vision, NTU is embracing technologies for better living and learning. The cosmopolitan community is made up of 40,000 students, staff and faculty. and an alumni family of more than 220,000 in 150 countries. The sprawling campus is an ideal testbed as leading industry players work with NTU on tomorrow's technologies. It has an ecosystem to support entrepreneurship and the translation of research into practical applications. NTU is globally recognized for its excellence in research and education, in engineering, science, business, humanities, arts and social sciences, and education. Its joint medical school with Imperial College London has an innovative curriculum that draws on the strengths of both universities. Students enjoy a vibrant campus life and a well-rounded education. Recognized for its sustainability, NTU is frequently named among the top 15 most beautiful campuses in the world.
I'm working for Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. My current role actually public affairs, communication, and sustainability. The sustainability initiative that Coca-Cola have, where we take action on 6 key social and environmental areas. So we will reduce our use of packaging where we can and ensure that equivalent of all the packaging we do use is collected, reuse and recycle. We can reduce the water we use. We really aim to reduce the greenhouse gas emission and supporting the government pledge in the Paris Agreement. Our key partners are Dynapack Asia for sustainability packaging. We aim to grow together with them and also have a great solution for our business to grow. We have met a number of commitments that align with the target underpinning the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Port as a gateway and national economic driver. Opens hope and the future of Indonesia. Extends the spirit to keep moving forward. By optimizing Indonesia's strategic position as a maritime country. The world's trading interchange has become our way to continuously creating opportunities, strengthen the port's central role in both regional and the world by building logistic ecosystem. We move as the global trade becomes more dynamic and the world is in our hand. With the spirit to lead the world's class integrated maritime ecosystem. To bring the joy by distributing various goods all over the world and maintains our customers' trust by increasing connectivity and service integration. Indonesian port emerges in business services. Pelindo Container Terminal, Pelindo Multi-Terminal, Pelindo Logistics Solution, Pelindo Maritime Services. Because we aim to create a better future, Pelindo strives to improve the quality of port operations through the usage of digital-based technology and human resource capability and quality development. We believe that everywhere we go, every step we make, we must always be useful for others. We make our way in the industrial sector that continues to grow and demand changes. We build synergies to turn challenges into new opportunities. Pelindo, Indonesia's logistic chain for the world.
Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, is a world-leading research-intensive university. The growth of Asia has seen a rise in ambitious young Asian universities like NTU Singapore. As part of its Smart Campus vision, NTU is embracing technologies for better living, and learning. The cosmopolitan community is made up of 40,000 students, staff and faculty, and an alumni family of more than 220,000 in 150 countries. The sprawling campus is an ideal testbed as leading industry players work with NTU on tomorrow's technologies. It has an ecosystem to support entrepreneurship and the translation of research into practical applications. NTU is globally recognized for its excellence in research and education in engineering, science, business, humanities, arts and social sciences, and education. Its joint medical school with Imperial College London has an innovative curriculum that draws on the strengths of both universities. Students enjoy a vibrant campus life and a well-rounded education. Recognized for its sustainability, NTU is frequently named among the top 15 most beautiful campuses in the world.
Karina. I'm working for Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. My current role actually public affairs, communication, and sustainability. The sustainability initiative that Coca-Cola have, where we take action on 6 key social and environmental areas. So we will reduce our use of packaging where we can and ensure that equivalent of all the packaging we do use is collected, reuse and recycle. We can reduce the water we use. We really aim to reduce the greenhouse gas emission and supporting the government pledge in the Paris Agreement. Our key partners are Dynapack Asia for sustainability packaging. We aim to grow together with them and also have a great solution for our business to grow. We have met a number of commitments that align with the target underpinning the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Port as a gateway and national economic driver. Opens hope and the future of Indonesia. Extends the spirit to keep moving forward by optimizing Indonesia's strategic position as a maritime country. The world's trading interchange has become our way to continuously creating opportunities, strengthen the port's central role in both regional and the world by building logistic ecosystem. We move as the global trade becomes more dynamic, and the world is in our hand. With the spirit to lead the world's class integrated maritime ecosystem. To bring the joy by distributing various goods all over the world and maintains our customers' trust by increasing connectivity and service integration. Indonesian Port emerges in business services. Pelindo Container Terminal, Pelindo Multi-Terminal, Pelindo Logistics Solution, Pelindo Maritime Services. Because we aim to create a better future, Pelindo strives to improve the quality of port operations through the usage of digital-based technology and human resource capability and quality development. We believe that everywhere we go, every step we make, we must always be useful for others. We make our way in the industrial sector that continues to grow and demand changes. We build synergies to turn challenges into new opportunities. Pelindo, Indonesia's logistic chain for the world.
Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, is a world-leading research-intensive university. The growth of Asia has seen a rise in ambitious young Asian universities like NTU Singapore. As part of its Smart Campus vision, NTU is embracing technologies for better living. And learning. The cosmopolitan community is made up of 40,000 students, staff and faculty. and an alumni family of more than 220,000 in 150 countries. The sprawling campus is an ideal testbed as leading industry players work with NTU on tomorrow's technologies. It has an ecosystem to support entrepreneurship and the translation of research into practical applications. NTU is globally recognized for its excellence in research and education in engineering, science, business, humanities, arts and social sciences, and education. Its joint medical school with Imperial College London has an innovative curriculum that draws on the strengths of both universities. Students enjoy a vibrant campus life and a well-rounded education. Recognized for its sustainability, NTU is frequently named among the top 15 most beautiful campuses in the world.
I'm working for Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. My current role actually public affairs, communication, and sustainability. The sustainability initiative that Coca-Cola have, where we take action on 6 key social and environmental areas. So we will reduce our use of packaging where we can and ensure that equivalent of all the packaging we do use.
Tadi sudah diganti kan ya rektornya? Jadi vice rektor. Nggak usah langsung vice rektor gitu aja. Terdengar aneh nanti ada forward-nya gitu ya.
A great solution for our business. We have met number of commitments that align with the target underpinning the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Vice rektor ya. Udah, ayo umumin dulu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome and feel free to have some snacks. We have a coffee break outside, so if you need some snacks, if you need some water, we have there. So please enjoy our treatment. Good morning.
Amin, ini sini agak ditahan.
Port as a gateway and national economic driver. Opens hope and the future of Indonesia. Extends the spirit to keep moving forward by optimizing Indonesia's strategic position as a maritime country, the world's trading interchange, has become our way to continuously creating opportunities, strengthen the port's central role in both regional and the world by building logistic ecosystem. We move as the global trade becomes more dynamic, and the world is in our hand. With the spirit to lead the world's class integrated maritime ecosystem. To bring the joy by distributing various goods all over the world and maintains our customers' trust by increasing connectivity and service integration. Indonesian Port emerges in business services. Pelindo Container Terminal, Pelindo Multi-Terminal, Pelindo Logistics Solution, Pelindo Maritime Services. Because we aim to create a better future, Pelindo strives to improve the quality of port operations through the usage of digital-based technology and human resource capability and quality development. We believe that everywhere we go, every step we make, we must always be useful for others. We make our way in the industrial sector that continues to grow and demand changes. We build synergies to turn challenges into new opportunities. Pelindo, Indonesia's logistic chain for the world.
Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, is a world-leading research-intensive university. The growth of Asia has seen a rise in ambitious young Asian universities like NTU Singapore. As part of its Smart Campus vision, NTU is embracing technologies for better living. And learning. The cosmopolitan community is made up of 40,000 students, staff and faculty, and an alumni family of more than 220,000 in 150 countries. The sprawling campus is an ideal testbed as leading industry players work with NTU on tomorrow's technologies. It has an ecosystem to support entrepreneurship and the translation of research into practical applications. NTU is globally recognized for its excellence in research and education, in engineering, science, business, humanities, arts and social sciences, and education. Its joint medical school with Imperial College London has an innovative curriculum that draws on the strengths of both universities. Students enjoy a vibrant campus life and a well-rounded education. Recognized for its sustainability, NTU is frequently named among the top 15 most beautiful campuses in the world.
Hi, I'm Karina. I'm working for Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. My current role actually public affairs, communication, and sustainability. The sustainability initiative that Coca-Cola have, where we take action on 6 key social and environmental areas. So we will reduce our use of packaging where we can and ensure that equivalent of all the packaging we do use is collected, reuse and recycle. We can reduce the water we use. We really aim to reduce the greenhouse gas emission and supporting the government pledge in the Paris Agreement. Our key partners are Dynapack Asia for sustainability packaging. We aim to grow together with them and also have a great solution for our business to grow. We have met a number of commitments that align with the target underpinning the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Port, as a gateway and national economic driver. Opens hope and the future of Indonesia. Extends the spirit to keep moving forward. By optimizing Indonesia's strategic position as a maritime country, the world's trading interchange has become our way to continuously creating opportunities, strengthen the port's central role in both regional and the world by building logistic ecosystem. We move as the global trade becomes more dynamic, and the world is in our hand. With the spirit to lead the world's class integrated maritime ecosystem. To bring the joy by distributing various goods all over the world. And maintains our customers' trust by increasing connectivity and service integration. Indonesian Port emerges in business services. Pelindo Container Terminal. Pelindo Multi-Terminal. Pelindo Logistics Solution. Pelindo Maritime Services. Because we aim to create a better future, Pelindo strives to improve the quality of port operations through the usage of digital-based technology. and human resource capability and quality development. We believe that everywhere we go, every step we make, we must always be useful for others. We make our way in the industrial sector that continues to grow and demand changes. We build synergies to turn challenges into new opportunities. Pelindo, Indonesia's logistic chain for the world.
Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, is a world-leading research-intensive university. The growth of Asia has seen a rise in ambitious young Asian universities like NTU Singapore. As part of its Smart Campus vision, NTU is embracing technologies for better living. And learning. The cosmopolitan community is made up of 40,000 students, staff and faculty, and an alumni family of more than 220,000 in 150 countries. The sprawling campus is an ideal testbed as leading industry players work with NTU on tomorrow's technologies. It has an ecosystem to support entrepreneurship and the translation of research into practical applications. NTU is globally recognized for its excellence in research and education, in engineering, science, business, humanities, arts and social sciences, and education. Its joint medical school with Imperial College London has an innovative curriculum that draws on the strengths of both universities. Students enjoy a vibrant campus life and a well-rounded education. Recognized for its sustainability, NTU is frequently named among the top 15 most beautiful campuses in the world.
Hi, I'm Karina. I'm working for Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. My current role actually public affairs, communication, and sustainability. The sustainability initiative that Coca-Cola have, where we take action on 6 key social and environmental areas. So we will reduce our use of packaging where we can and ensure that equivalent of all the packaging we do use is collected, reuse and recycle. We can reduce the water we use. We really aim to reduce the greenhouse gas emission and supporting the government pledge in the Paris Agreement. Our key partners are Dynapack Asia for sustainability packaging. We aim to grow together with them and also have a great solution for our business to grow. We have met a number of commitments that align with the target underpinning the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Port, as a gateway and national economic driver. Opens hope and the future of Indonesia. Extends the spirit to keep moving forward. By optimizing Indonesia's strategic position as a maritime country, the world's trading interchange has become our way to continuously creating opportunities, strengthen the port's central role in both regional and the world by building logistic ecosystem. We move as the global trade becomes more dynamic, and the world is in our hand. With the spirit to lead the world's class integrated maritime ecosystem. To bring the joy by distributing various goods all over the world. And maintains our customers' trust by increasing connectivity and service integration. Indonesian Port emerges in business services. Pelindo Container Terminal. Pelindo Multi-Terminal. Pelindo Logistics Solution. Pelindo Maritime Services. Because we aim to create a better future, Pelindo strives to improve the quality of port operations through the usage of digital-based technology and human resource capability and quality development. We believe that everywhere we go, every step we make, we must always be useful for others. We make our way in the industrial sector that continues to grow and demand changes. We build synergies to turn challenges into new opportunities. Pelindo, Indonesia's logistic chain for the world.
Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, is a world-leading research-intensive university. The growth of Asia has seen a rise in ambitious young Asian universities like NTU Singapore. As part of its Smart Campus vision, NTU is embracing technologies for better living. And learning. The cosmopolitan community is made up of 40,000 students, staff and faculty, and an alumni family of more than 220,000 in 150 countries. The sprawling campus is an ideal testbed as leading industry players work with NTU on tomorrow's technologies. It has an ecosystem to support entrepreneurship and the translation of research into practical applications. NTU is globally recognized for its excellence in research and education, in engineering, science, business, humanities, arts and social sciences, and education. Its joint medical school with Imperial College London has an innovative curriculum that draws on the strengths of both universities. Students enjoy a vibrant campus life and a well-rounded education. Recognized for its sustainability, NTU is frequently named among the top 15 most beautiful campuses in the world.
I'm working for Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. My current role actually public affairs, communication, and sustainability. The sustainability initiative that Coca-Cola have, where we take action on 6 key social and environmental areas. So we will reduce our use of packaging where we can and ensure that equivalent of all the packaging we do use is collected, reuse and recycle. We can reduce the water we use. We really aim to reduce the greenhouse gas emission and supporting the government pledge in the Paris Agreement. Our key partners are Dynapack Asia for sustainability packaging. We aim to grow together with them and also have a great solution for our business to grow. We have met a number of commitments that align with the target underpinning the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Port as a gateway and national economic driver. Opens hope and the future of Indonesia. Extends the spirit to keep moving forward. By optimizing Indonesia's strategic position as a maritime country. The world's trading interchange has become our way to continuously creating opportunities, strengthen the port's central role in both regional and the world by building logistic ecosystem. We move as the global trade becomes more dynamic, and the world is in our hand. with the spirit to lead the world's class integrated maritime ecosystem. To bring the joy by distributing various goods all over the world and maintains our customers' trust by increasing connectivity and service integration. Indonesian Port emerges in business services. Pelindo Container Terminal, Pelindo Multi-Terminal, Pelindo Logistics Solution, Pelindo Maritime Services. Because we aim to create a better future, Pelindo strives to improve the quality of port operations through the usage of digital-based technology and human resources.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu.
Namo Buddhaya, and best regard to all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and all participants of this prestigious conference, I would like to extend a warm greeting to each and every one of you. And welcome to the 24th International Conference on Marine Technology, SENTA 2024.
We're deeply honored to serve you as your master of ceremony for this exceptional event. Please allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Beltran Ganggut, and alongside me is my esteemed colleague.
My name is Felicia Kalista. Once again, we would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to all of our guests at SENTA 2024. This annual international conference, initiated by the Faculty of Marine Technology, is a cornerstone for innovation and collaboration in maritime field. This year, the Department of Marine Transportation has the privilege of hosting this significant event.
The theme of SENTA 2024 is Innovation in Marine Technology toward a Sustainable and Resilient Maritime Industry. This conference brings together global experts to explore and discuss innovation that aims to create a sustainable and resilient maritime industry.
Our focus is addressing today's challenges, embracing emerging opportunities, and fostering collaboration that inspires solutions for the long-term environmental and technological advancement of the maritime sector.
Now, allow me to provide a brief overview of today's schedule. First, we have registration, continue with the coffee break and opening ceremony, and we're going to sing Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya, and continue with Hymn of ITS. And welcome remarks by Dr. Christino Boyke, Chair of SENTA 2024, Dr. Trika Pitana, Dean of the Faculty of Marine Technology, and Professor Agus Muhammad Hatta, Vice Rector of Sepuluh Nopember Institut of Teknologi, and discussion session.
The next one is briefing for the parallel session, continue with lunch, parallel session 1, coffee break, parallel session 2, and awarding ceremony. We would also like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our generous sponsors who help us make this event happen. PT Pelabuhan Indonesia Pelindo and Mutiara Pelindo, Persatuan Insinyur Indonesia PII, Biro Klasifikasi Indonesia BKI, Meratus Lines, PT Pranala Digital Transmaritime ISTO,
PT Inti Teknik Solusi Cemerlang ITSC, Departemen Teknik Transportasi Laut Sitrans ITS, PT Pelayaran Nasional Indonesia PELNI, PT Samudra Indonesia Persero, and Profesi. Your support has been essential to make sure this event a success. We truly appreciate your contribution.
Before we officially begin today's event, let us first take a moment to honor and celebrate our rich cultural heritage. We are pleased to present the Jejer Gandrung dance from Banyuwangi, performed by ITS Dancing Club.
Jejer Gandrung is a traditional art that deeply embodies the maritime spirit. Its graceful and rhythmic movement reflect the ocean tides, symbolizing both endurance and harmony.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the performance.
such a great performance. Next, we proceed with today's conference. We kindly invite all of you to rise and joining us to singing our cherished national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and continue with the anthem of Sepuluh Nopember Institut of Teknologi, Hymn of ITS. Please rise for a moment, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Let us officially begin today's conference with a welcoming address from Dr. Christino Boyke, PhD, the Chair of SENTA 2024. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Christino Boyke.
Honorable Vice Rector of Institut Teknologi Sepuluh November and Dean of Faculty of Marine Technology, our esteemed speakers, guests, and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and welcome to the 24th International Conference of Marine Technology and Application, SENTA 2024. As the chairman of this event, it is my honor to address all of you today. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to Rector and Dean for their continued support to make this event possible. Ladies and gentlemen, SENTA is an annual event hosted by Faculty of Marine Technology. And this year, our Department of Marine Transportation Engineering has been appointed as the organizing committee. We are honored to welcome you here to our department, which serves as the venue for this year's event. I'm also happy to announce that this year we have 100 participants join in this conference from 8 countries, including Singapore, Malaysia, Korea, India, New Zealand, United Kingdom, and Algeria, and of course from Indonesia. The theme for this year is Innovation in Marine Technology towards Sustainable and Resilient Maritime Industry, which is very important to us because we are facing the environmental impact due to our daily life, our climate change, and also technological advancement, which is require an innovation and sustainable solution to the problem that faced by the maritime industries. Ladies and gentlemen, in this SENTA 2024, we have exciting programs that will be held in the next 2 days. On the first days, we will have a presentation and discussion as the part of the conference, while for the second day, we will have a marine industry forum and also higher education forum, which is a platform for discussion between industry and educational platforms. And I would also like to take this chance to express my gratitude to the member of organizing committee who already conducting hard works to make sure this event runs smoothly. And also to our keynote speakers and participants, thank you for participating and coming to this conference. Last but not least, I'm also say many thanks to our sponsors for their continuous contribution. Finally, I wish all of you have a very inspiring and successful conference. And once again, welcome to the SENTA 2024. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boyke, for your insightful and engaging remark. Next is our distinct honor to invite Dr. Trika Pitana, Dean of the Faculty of Marine Technology at Sepuluh November Institute of Technology, to deliver the welcome remarks. Please join me in standing warm welcome to Dr. Trika Pitana.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, Cooperation, and Alumni, Professor Dr. Agus Muhammad Datta, distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. Yuen Kum Phai, Co-Directors, Maritime Energy and Sustainable Development Center of Excellence, NTU Singapore, Ibu Ruri Indrasari Rahmaputri, Head of Mutiara Pelindo, Ibu Lucia Karyana, Director of Public Affairs, Communication and Sustainability Coca-Cola, Euro-Pacific Partners, and also I believe there is one keynote speaker, but it's not possible to attend offline, Professor Osman Turan from Naval Architectures, Ocean and Marine Engineering, University of Strathclyde, Glasgow, United Kingdom, all head of department from Faculty of Marine Technology, distinguished speakers, dear participants, and esteemed speakers. Very good morning, all of you. It is a pleasure and an honor to address you all as we kick off the International Conference on Marine Technology, SENTA 2024, hosted by the Faculty of Marine Technology at the ITS located in Marine Transportation Building, ITS Surabaya. The conference has become a cornerstone event for advancing marine technology, and I'm particularly excited about this year's themes: innovation in marine technology towards sustainable and resilient maritime industry. Our faculty is deeply committed to advancing research and education in this field, and we are continuously seeking ways to collaborate with international institutions and industry leaders to drive the progress. So tomorrow, basically, we have a University Maritime Forum, so we can use this and that forum to go hand in hand to enhance our maritime industry. For your information, our faculty having 5 bachelor study program. So marine transportation engineering is one on the study program in Faculty of Marine Technology. Besides that, we have naval architectures, then marine engineering, ocean engineering, and offshore engineering. We also having 4 master program and 2 PhD program. Then the following 2 days will feature insightful presentation and discussion on the latest research and trends. I encourage all of you to take full advantage of the networking opportunity, to exchange ideas and to enhance partnership that will extend beyond the scope of this conference. Last but not the least, I would also like to thank to our organizing committee teams, Pak Boyke and the others, all colleagues from the Marine Transportation Engineering, the supporting institutions, and everyone who has made SENTA 2024 possible. Your efforts and dedication are truly appreciated. Let us make this conference a memorable and impactful experience. Finally, jalan-jalan ke Tunjungan. Saya kira cukup sekian. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for Dr. Trika for the incredible speech. Next, it's our great privilege to invite Professor Agus Muhammad Hatta, the Vice Rector of Sepuluh Nopember Institut of Teknologi, to deliver the opening address. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending warm welcome to Professor Agus Muhammad Hatta.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera, very good morning, distinguished guests, distinguished speakers, especially Dr. Yuen Kumfai from NTU, Nanyang Teknologi University, as a co-director, Marine Energy and Sustainable Development Center of Excellence. Ibu Ruri Indrasari Rahmaputri, as Director of Commercial and Technical from PT Pelindo Solusi Logistik Indonesia. Thank you, terima kasih Ibu atas kehadirannya. Ibu Lucia Karina, Director of Public Affairs, Communication and Sustainability, Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners, and also 2024 UN Global Compact SDG Pioneer Asia Oceania. Thank you, terima kasih Ibu atas kehadirannya. And of course, we also have Professor Osman Turan, joined online from Naval Architecture, Ocean and Marine Engineering, University Strathclyde, Glasgow, UK. And also Honorable Dean of Faculty of Marine Technology, Dr. Prikat Pititana, and Pak Rudi as Vice Dean, Head of Departments, in marine technology faculty. And also, I would like to honor the committee, yeah, and also the participants in this conference of the 24th International Conference on Marine Technology and Applications, the SENTA 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, today this conference is already in the number of 24th. This is the example of sustainability. If it's only 1, 2, 3, or maybe less than 10, we cannot say this sustain. So congratulations to all of you that can maintain, that make this conference to be a sustainable conference. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, actually when we see the theme of this conference, it's not easy. Yeah, the theme is innovation in marine technology toward sustainability and resilient maritime industry. So there are 3 or 2 keywords, the innovation, okay, and then 2 coins words, which is sustainability and resilience. So when I think in this recent years, especially after the initiative of SDGs, all institutions, all countries, they are embracing the sustainability as well as the resilience strategy, program, or others. So what is the aspect for sustainability and resilience? Once we join together this word, it's not easy to maintain sustainability as well as the resilience for any nation, any institution, as well as the individual. So ladies and gentlemen, at least there are 3 key factors when we sit all together at the same time, sustainability and resilience. The first one is environmental integrity. We are living in the same world. We are living in the same earth. Whatever we do, we have the limitation, which is the environmental, the world, or the earth. Now we are facing the climate change. The second one is social equity. How to promote, how to ask community engagement. And the third one is economic viability. So there are 3 aspects that is very important for us if we say at the same time concerning sustainability and integrity. So ladies and gentlemen, so the last, what is the bottom line? Bottom lines for sustainability and resilience. It's very important. So if there is no this one, I think perhaps we do not discuss about sustainability and resilience. I think we already have, and we already know, as a person, as a human being, the important message is don't be greedy. Don't be greedy as an individual. Don't be greedy as nation, and don't be greedy as institution. If we be greedy and then we earn others, we will suppress others. And then last, I would like to thank all of your commitment, the committee, the participants, and contribution for, especially for the keynote speakers, contributors, presenters, as well as all the audience. Thank you, and with the word of Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, may God bless this event. We open the 24th International Conference on Marine Technology. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Agus, for your insightful and inspiring address. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now proceed with photo session. For our guest and keynote speaker, may I kindly invite all of you to come to the stage for a photo group session. Yes, please come forward, ladies and gentlemen. Let's ensure everyone in a place. I'll guide you to photo session. Ready in 3, 2, 1. Come closer. Okay. 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 Ready in 3, 2, 1. Smile.
We now kindly invite our guests and keynote speakers to take their seats as we transition to the next part of the agenda.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to introduce our moderator for the next session, Dr. Setio Nugroho. Dr. Setio Nugroho is the head of Department of Marine Transportation Engineering at Sepuluh Nopember Institute of Teknologi and the founder of ISTO, the first certified Indonesian storage planning software. Under his leadership, ISTO and his team have achieved a global recognition for their prestigious accomplishment in the maritime industry. I would like to invite Dr. Setio to come on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Setio. Next, I'm honored to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker for today's.
Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan. Two keywords today in the air of SENTA, 24th of SENTA. These two keywords are innovation, secondly, sustainability and resiliency. When we summarize this, we are talking about three things, 3 Ps. People, that everything what we are doing is for the well-being of the people. And the second P, for the planet, the environment, the earth we are living in, it must sustain. And the last one, not the least one, for the profit, for the wealth. And we are honored to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. Yuen Kum Phai. He is assistant professor at the School of Civil and Environmental Engineering and Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. Please. I think you like to present here? Yes. And you have 30 minutes time to present, and the discussion will follow later on at around 11 o'clock. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Are the slides ready? Right. First of all, a very pleasant morning to everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here as one of the keynote speakers for SENTA, and I would also like to take the opportunity to thank the SENTA committee members as well as ITS for this opportunity. In fact, it's my very first visit in Surabaya, and ITS has been an excellent host, great hospitality from the organizing committees and members. So my name is Yun Kamphai, and I'm currently holding 2 positions in Nanyang Technological University, one as the assistant professor in the School of Civil and Environmental Engineering, and within the school we have a program that is related to maritime studies, and at the same time I'm also the co-director of the Maritime Energy and Sustainable Development Center of Excellence. And to give you some background, this center is funded by the Maritime Port Authority in Singapore, and the purpose of this center is to really push the frontier and boundaries of maritime sustainability, especially in areas on energy, alternative energy, emission management, as well as the supply chain of alternative fuels. So today my focus is to inform you about some of the recent advances in maritime sustainability, and with respect to 3 key areas on ports, hovercrafts, as well as the third one would be international shipping. So to give some context, in fact, we see that there is rising climate challenges that we are facing for the shipping industry as a whole. We know that about 2 to 3 or even more % of emissions comes from the maritime and shipping activities. So today, in fact, we are just, from my end, I will just be sharing some of the agenda within Singapore, because that is the location where I'm most actively involved in. And you see that within Singapore, we have our national agenda, the Singapore Green Plan. And if you look at the long-term low emissions development strategy, we hope to achieve in all our sectors net zero emissions by 2050. And in 2030, the focus is to reduce or to achieve 60 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions by 2030. So this, within the short-term range, that is something very achievable for Singapore, because right now we are emitting about 55 million tons. Of course, this number is expected to grow, but the focus is really about looking at quantum leap technologies in the long term on how to achieve net zero emissions. And if we also look at international regulations, we have the revised 2023 IMO GHG strategy. And of course, you can see the tightening of the greenhouse gas emissions as we progress from 2030 all the way to 2050. By then, of course, we are trying to push for the net zero emissions from the shipping industry as well. Can we move on to the next slide? Thank you. So we'll now move on to the very first part on sustainability with regards to ports. So again, here I'm using some cases in Singapore. And if you look at ports, associating ports with Singapore, one of the most exciting projects is the Mega Tuas Port. And by 2040, in fact, upon the full construction of the Mega Tuas Port, it is going to be the largest automated container port terminal in the world. To the next slide, please. So when we think about constructing a port, one of the key considerations would be how do we sustainably design and plan for the port construction. And one of the key challenges in Singapore is the biodiversity of our coral reefs. Although Singapore is a very small country, we do have, in fact, a large biodiversity variety of corals. And one of the key challenges is, of course, on how do we sustainably relocate these coral, extract them, store them, and then plant them in a location whereby these corals will continue to thrive and to survive at the very least. The same when it comes to constructing ports. Singapore has very limited space and we have to rely on landfills to construct these mega ports. So in terms of the landfill materials, we are using sustainable materials. We have two different types of ashes, the incinerated bottom ash and incinerated fly ash. These are ashes that we use from incinerating garbage in Singapore. So everything is very sustainable, contributes to the circular economy. Okay, to the next slide, please. So in terms of the operations of the ports, we focus a lot on the use of cleaner energy, as well as automation and digitalization. And if we look at the first top half of the pictures, in terms of cleaner energy, our main focus of energy is on solar, because Singapore is right at the equatorial. We have abundance of sun. So using solar energy is, of course, the main strategy for us. So if you look at the first, on the left-hand side of the slide, Jurong Port. So Jurong Port is the multi-purpose terminal in Singapore, mainly for bulk and liquid bulk kind of commodities. You see that it is also relying a lot on the solar panels, and it's able to provide 60% of the port energy needs. That is pretty sizable. And for the remaining 40%, it's based on the use of fossil fuel. So now transiting from Jurong Port to Tuas Port, the strategy is the same. We rely a lot on the use of solar energy, and we are in fact constructing net zero energy building at Tuas Port, so which means that the energy that we create from harness from the sun is enough to sort of meet the energy demand of Tuas Port. So to the far right, in terms of the total deployment of the solar panels, you can see it covers up to 8 million meter squares upon its full construction. And in terms of the energy that we can harness, it is about 2,500 gigawatts hour per annum. So, and then moving on, if you look at in terms of automation and digitalization, we rely a lot on artificial intelligence now. For the command center at the Tuas Port, we are also relying a lot on automated guided vehicles. These are fully automated without any drivers. At the same time, relying a lot on electrified gantry cranes, fully electrified. These will help us to reduce our carbon footprint and at the same time meet the growing demand for trade. Okay, to the next slide, please. Okay, I need my glasses. All right, so another important initiative within Singapore is the launch of the JIT, Just-in-Time Planning and Coordination Platform. And this platform integrates all the port software as a whole. This includes PortNet, your LT Connect and JP Online. The purpose here is to adopt a customer service journey perspective to optimize the port stay for ships that call at the Port of Singapore. So the purpose here is to reduce the turnover time of ships. And because Singapore is a major maritime hub, we have a lot of ship calls in Singapore. And even if you are able to achieve a 5% reduction in ship idling time, that is a lot of energy savings, reduction in emissions from ships. So it begins with the berth planning, followed by the itinerary planning, whereby all the different stakeholders of the ports are able to receive the estimated time of berthing of the ship, so they can begin planning and coordinating their activities. And by doing so, that can reduce the turnover time of ships. At the same time, the ships are being constantly monitored to make sure that if there are any delays, the relevant stakeholders such as the ship agents, the authorities are informed. And finally, this ends with the vessel departing from the port. Okay, to the next slide. So I have completed the part on ports, whereby we focus a lot on the planning, designing, and construction. So I shall now move on to hovercrafts. So in fact, hovercraft constitutes quite a sizable amount of activities in Singapore. We have a lot of port callings, ship calls in Singapore. Currently, there are about 2,000 hovercraft vessels operating in Singapore. And the energy mix here would be slightly different from Tuas Port. Tuas Port, we rely a lot on solar, whereas for hovercrafts, our main source of energy, we will be relying a lot on electrification instead. Okay, to the next slide. So as mentioned, the main strategy for hovercrafts is electrification. So these are some goals that we have set within Singapore. 2030, all the new hovercrafts must be fully electric, or they must be capable of using B100 biofuels, or compatible with net zero fuels such as hydrogen, ammonia, or methanol. And by 2050, the same net zero emissions. So if you look at electric crafts, two components, the ship itself, as well as the charging infrastructure. To the next slide. So these are some of the recent initiatives we have on hovercrafts. On the left of the slide, mainly is about the designing of the e-hovercraft. So this includes, this expression of interest is just been launched this year, and we already have received many different design schemes from our potential collaborators and research institutes on finding the best designs to sort of support the hovercraft electrification. And the same for our charging infrastructure. Recent call for proposals as well on developing the charging infrastructure right at the Marina South Pier. That is the berth for seafarers for disembarkation, and how to commission them, how to maintain, and even how to operate these electric charging stations. To the next slide. So electrification will be our main strategy, but of course there are some limitations with electrification when it comes to meeting ships, hovercrafts that require high power. Then they might require the use of fuel. So we conducted several studies on biofuel in terms of its compatibility with our existing hovercrafts. So we have done some experiments on B20. B20, currently there are no issues with using B20. B30, only half of the hovercrafts in Singapore are compatible, and only a quarter of the hovercraft engines are compatible with B100. For biofuel, we consider two types of fuel. You have the UCOM, which is the used cooking oil, which is abundance, and also palm methanol, ethylene, which is basically from palm oil, which is also in abundance in Southeast Asia. We also consider R20 to R100, HVO. These are hydro-treated vegetable oils. For HVO, there are no issues in terms of compatibility based on our trials. But in the event, if you are to use B100, more regular maintenance is needed. And this would, of course, have implications on the inspection and maintenance standards of hovercrafts. So in addition to biofuel, we have also considered other kind of renewable energy, such as the solar energy as well, located at the Marina South Pier, where most of the charging activities will be performed. And also offshore at Pulau Satumu, you see that this island is fully powered by solar energy with charging stations as well. In addition to solar energy, we have also considered the use of tidal energy, right, as what you have seen at the bottom of the slides. Okay, to the next slide. All right, so now to international shipping. Unlike ports, unlike hovercrafts, whereby we have full autonomy on the choice of our energy, for international shipping, we have very limited choice because the choice lies on the ship owners. The ship owners decide whether they want to use methanol, LNG, hydrogen. So the focus here is to enable a sector supporting multi-energy alternatives for the ship owners. To the next slide. Yep. So we have conducted a study on the adoption of the different alternative energies. Of course, biodiesel is something that is highly available now. It can be created in large quantities, not a problem. So it is already in existence. Biomethanol, on the other hand, we are talking about green methanol. There is a challenge on how do we produce them in large quantity as well as sustainably. We forecast that these will be very much be available to the market around 2025. For LNG, it is available, of course. These are natural gases, but for the creation of bio-LNG, the more sustainable ones, this could happen around the end of 2030. Ammonia, the adoption will be much later than methanol because there are a few more challenges that are involved with ammonia. Higher risk, density issues. You also need additional fuel to start the ignition of ammonia. So these are some challenges that we foresee that will stall the adoption of ammonia, and it could only happen closer to 2030. For hydrogen, it's going to be much later because of even more challenges, because of density issues. It might happen after 2030. So this roadmap here is extremely important for Singapore because it is a major bunkering hub, and we need to make sure that upon there is sufficient amount of such fuels when to support the demand of all the different kinds of fuels. To the next slide. Yeah. So this is on methanol. What are some of the recent projects and initiatives that we are doing? Mainly, if we look at methanol, it's also about the new risks that we are exposed to in the event of leakage of methanol during bunkering. Recent research is mainly on the plume model, how to mainly study about the dispersion of methanol. How do we control the dispersion of methanol in the event of leakage during bunkering? We have also explored the use of drones as well, equipped with detectors and cameras to really capture any potential leakage. And also firefighting awareness program to really train up the confidence of the crew in the event of any kind of leakage of methanol from ships. Okay, to the next slide. All right, so we have also done actual kind of bunkering just to see whether, to validate our plume model, to validate our modeling and simulations, right? We call that the simultaneous methanol bunkering and cargo operations, SimOps in short. And it was only conducted during May this year, whereby we conduct the cargo operations as well as the bunkering operations simultaneously. So at the same time, we test out some of the devices that we have created with the use of the mass flow metering system. It is a much reliable system than the use of, let's say, the density flow, together with digital bunkering, because we would want to achieve greater transparency, greater accuracy of the bunkering of the methanol. Okay, to the next slide. So for ammonia, like I said, it's much less mature. So although we have done a little bit of trial on that as well, on Fortescue. Fortescue is a hovercraft ship that with an engine that is capable of using ammonia as well as marine diesel. Again, the issue here, focus here is on the safety aspect. How do we manage any potential leakage of ammonia, which is highly toxic to the ocean as well as to the seafarers. Right, to the next. So as mentioned, for ammonia, the challenge here is on setting the standards for bunkering of ammonia, as well as how do we respond to an accident, managing responses. Okay, to the next slide. So lastly, hydrogen. It is, of course, the least mature kind of energy, and right now the focus is about starting up, building up collaborations on how do we efficiently and effectively harness hydrogen. Right, to the next slide. So last but not least, if we look at the all this kind of energy, it presents new risks to the environment, to the seafarers. At the same time, we also have to consider whether the seafarers themselves, they are trained, they are confident in managing as well as handling all these different kinds of energy. So just this year, we have, of course, set up the Maritime Energy Training Facility. That is a facility that focuses a lot on getting the seafarers to be aware of the different types of energy and how do we safely handle them. Okay, to the next slide. So before I end, I would like to briefly introduce to you to our center, the Maritime Energy and Sustainable Development Center. My purpose here doesn't stop at informing about the recent advances in maritime sustainability, but also to establish a platform for potential collaboration with the industry or with any of the researchers here. So to give you some background about this center, its vision is to become a leading global translational research center in maritime energy and sustainable development. And this center is funded by our Maritime Port Authority, as well as the Singapore Maritime Institute, which is a research arm of the MPA. And we work a lot with the different stakeholders in the maritime industry because ultimately we want our output to be really usable by the industry. Okay, to the next slide. So the MESD in short is under the College of Engineering in NTU. And the purpose is under College of Engineering is because so that we can leverage on the different expertise of our research scientists, not only relying on environmental engineering engineers, right, but also people from computer science to do simulation, to do predictions and forecasting. Also mechanical engineering, which is very much focused on the design of ships as well as its engines and combustions, and also from chemistry as well, especially when we look at alternative fuels. Okay, to the next slide. So essentially here what you see is that this center has existed since 2017, and the focus is on 3 key areas. One on emission management, whereby we focus a lot on carbon capture technologies. How do we effectively store them after we have captured them? And how do we use this carbon after we have captured them? That is a challenge that we have to sort of think about. How do we use this carbon that we have created? Another area would be the alternative energy management, and it's really focused on bunkering because of the nature of Singapore. We rely a lot on bunkering. And the third would be the sustainable maritime operations. These are more related to policies and innovation, technology transfer. All right, to the next slide. So these are just some projects that we have done recently over the years, including biofuel, which is related to mainly on biocompatibility of these fuels, biomix of these different fuels as well. For port operations, hovercraft, of course, we are looking at electrification and other potential energy, shipping as well, on alternative sources of energy, ammonia on bunkering, and safety standards for bunkering, and methanol. The latest stage that we are at is on fuel assurance and fingerprinting. We really need to test out whether the methanol that we are selling to our customers, they are really green. And of course, whether this methanol is a green methanol or is it a gray methanol. So this can be done through some testing, and we call that fingerprinting. All right, to the next slide. So we publish a lot of our work in the form of papers. Ultimately, we want our findings to be, we want to share them with everyone, to the public. So you can access all these different publications and findings that we have through the QR code. All right, so that will be the end of my presentation, and there might be questions from the floor, and I'm happy to answer any questions later on during the discussion. Right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Yuan Kumphai. I should have introduced you earlier, and I apologize for it. And you might take a seat. Yuan Kumphai is an assistant professor at the School of Civil Engineering, Civil and Environmental Engineering at NTU in Singapore. He also serves as the program director of MSc Maritime Studies program and co-directs the Maritime Energy and Sustainable Development Center of Excellence at this university. His research primarily focuses on sustainable shipping management, supply chain, and innovation in maritime transport. And this. He has been named among the world's top 2% most influential researchers, reflecting his influence and leadership in advancing sustainable maritime transport. Applause. So, 2% most influential researchers. One of them is Yuan Kumphai. He has received notable awards, including the CEE Research Award this year and Maritime Transformation Program White Space funding for his AI project on ship safety management. Moreover, Dr. Yuan serves as an editorial board member for journals, reputable ones, like Maritime Policy and Management, Transportation Research, Interdisciplinary Perspectives, where he plays a pivotal role in shaping maritime policy, management, and sustainable research. Great. Now, the second speaker is Ibu Ruri Indrasari Rahmaputri. So, please come forward. I would like to ask also Ibu Lucia to take a seat, to make us also comfortable. But first, Ibu Ruri would like to present her message. I would like to read first her background. Ibu Ruri Indrasari Rahmaputri is a distinguished leader in Indonesia's logistics and maritime sectors. Currently, she is serving as the Commercial and Technical Director at PT Pelindo Solusi Logistik and as Chairwoman of Mutiara Pelindo, a community that supports women and the maritime industry. Women in the maritime industry, not men. A lot. She holds a bachelor degree in accounting from Trisakti University, and he has held senior roles including president director of Multi-Terminal Indonesia and advisor at Aman Mineral Nusantara. Her extensive career also includes leadership positions at PT Pelabuhan Indonesia II Persero, PT Panalpina Nusa Jaya Transport, and also AP Moller Maersk Group. Recognized for her contributions, Ibu Ruri has received the SNI Award 2021 from Badan Standarisasi Nasional, the PG Penny Global Star Award, and the Asian Best Employee Awards from Maersk Logistics. Applause. So you received so many awards in the past few years. Okay, please, time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Setio. Okay. Shall we start the presentation? Yeah. Thank you for the invitation for Pelindo and Mutiara Pelindo to ITS. And it's an honor and pleasure for us to be here. And after the extensive sharing from NTU, so let me share about Pelindo, especially after the merger in 2021, October. So as a company, we are only 3 years old, still baby. After that, there are so many innovations that we do, and we would like to share with all of you guys today. Okay, next. This has been read by you, Pak. Next. Oh, sudah ada. So, actually my career is most in the operation side, Pak Setio. So during my career in Maersk, I was working in key account manager, and then in the warehouse, as well as in the trucking, and also the contract logistics. So my background is actually more to operations. So I have a great team here, Mutiara Pelindo. They are more academics than me, actually. And when I moved to Pelindo, I started working about the maritime and port industry. That's the first time I learned about port. And then after that, in Aman Mineral Nusa Tenggara, previously Newmont. At that time, I was the advisor for the port operations, logistics, and as well as the warehouse. So that's majority my experience. Okay, so what is Mutiara Pelindo? Mutiara Pelindo actually an organization under the President Director of Pelindo and as well as human capital. And we are a group of women in Pelindo, the employee of Pelindo, who would like to contribute more into BUMN, specifically to Pelindo. And then this is our logo. It represents the pearl meaning precious. So we hope we can contribute and be valuable to our company. And also the logo type symbolize the beauty, femininity, authority, and of course the power, ya Pak ya. Okay, next. And this is our organization structure. It's under the Pak Arif Suhartono, our President Director, and Pak Isanuddin Usman, our Director of Human Resource and General Affairs. So myself as the chairwoman, we have 4 divisions, more or less. For the environment and sustainability, for the leadership and development, Danti is here, and cooperation and communication, Mbak Tri juga ada di sini, as well as well-being and health. So this is 4 topics that we always try to contribute to our company. Next. And this is our program and achievements during 2023 and 2024. There are a lot of things that we do, and we always in cooperations with the research and innovation, as well as the culture in Pelindo, as well as the human capital, the CSR. So we also contribute to the company events for this one. Yes, next. Okay, a little bit about the Pelindo pre-merger and post-merger. Next. So after post-merger, in 1st October of 2021, now we are running 122 ports overall nationwide Indonesia with 4 regions. So previously, if you know Pelindo 1, 2, 3, and 4, now become the region 1, 2, 3, and 4. And those, we operate 21 branches, 32 provinces. We have 4 subholding. I will explain later about the subholding. 58 subsidiaries atau anak perusahaan, as well as more than we have 25,000 employees as our assets. Yes. And this is the pre-merger that we learned before we combine into one. So we have less coordinations between the ports, each other. And we have so many different capability between the port itself. Especially, let's say the leading is always regional 2, Pelindo 2 and 3. But in East Indonesia, it's not as mature. The maturity is not high as Tanjung Priok and Tanjung Perak. And we, at that time, less efficient and unstandardized operations. So our clients always complain the ports of Indonesia, the service vary between Tanjung Priok, Tanjung Perak, Ambon, Sorong, even Medan, Belawan, that always complain. Why? It's the same port owned by Indonesia, but the service and the delivery is always different. And the capital expenditure is also not optimal because it's still managed per Pelindo 1 to 3 base. So there is no optimum utilization across the Pelindo at the time. And also various HR development program. Even though actually, because we are in the port industry and also logistics industry, the aiming to have the competency of the people should be the same, right? But at that time, we have so many different HR programs in order to build since the operator level into the leadership level. And next, the different IT systems. So the shipping line as our major clients confused because they have to connect and they have to work with so many systems. And the system is not standardized, so deliver also different service to the shipping lines. And after the post-merger, we realized this is the pain points of our customers. So we have better strategic control. And we try to standardize by the transformation program that we have with the end-to-end standardized process. We are aiming from Belawan to Sorong. Now we have the same for container terminal system, what we call terminal operating system atau TOS Nusantara. With the TOS Nusantara, we are able to give the visibility to all shipping lines within the same platform. And also for the CAPEX, now it's become more optimum. So now we overview the overall needs of the alat bongkar muat or our equipments, and then now we are able to shift the equipments from the west to east, vice versa. So that makes the capex is more efficient. Not necessarily we buy a new one, but we are able to get better productivity by utilizing what we have right now. And by this, we already have more than 100 equipments, but it's already electrified now. Now we are going to that. Of course, the consumption of the fuel is very high, especially for the key cranes, yeah. And now with the electrification, we can reduce within the same productivity. And the SDHR development program now is become standardized. So we are going into the one direction and one capacity, and then the standardized IT system as well. So for container terminal, we have TOS Nusantara. For multi-purpose terminal, we have also quite standardized for the car terminal and soon for logistics as well. Okay, next. Next. All right, this is our mission to be the new one, ya Pak, to be a world-class integrated leader in maritime ecosystem with our mission to realize national maritime ecosystem network to the increment of network connectivity and service integration to support Indonesian economic growth. Next. So this is the Pelindo business architecture. As I mentioned before, holding Pelabuhan Indonesia now as a holding. We have 4 regions, region 1, 2, 3, and 4 with its branches. We have 4 subholding as a business owner and the revenue generator. Number 1 is the terminal operator. We call it as PTP. And then we have also a multi-purpose terminal focusing on the cargo or the container which is non-containerized. And then we have also the Jasa Maritime or the service and operational equipment providers. The pilotage is also under SPGM. And Pelindo Solusi Logistik, where I'm working, is for the logistics and hinterland as well as for marina. Okay. Under that is the anak perusahaan or subsidiaries as our business operators. Next. Okay, this is the service that is provided by Pelindo, represented by the subholding. Container terminal for the container handling, and then for non-container terminal, and myself, where I'm working at the logistic and hinterland development, and then the marine services and equipment. So we hope this is quite integrated service that we can provide to our customer, and at the end to reduce logistic costs in Indonesia. Next. We have strategic projects post-merger. There are 3 strategic project development. Number 1 is the terminal development. Number 2 is the industrial estate development, which is connected or integrated to the ports, and tourism hub development in Bali. So we have Kuala Tanjung Port and Industrial Estate at Sumatra, New Priok Terminal at Kalibaru, Jakarta, Makassar New Port, South Sulawesi, Kijing is West Kalimantan, and Bali Marine Tourism Hub in Bali. Next. Okay, this is overview about PSL, Pelindo Solusi Logistik. There are 4 pillars as a PSL. We provide the logistic solution We are running the warehouse, the yard, freight forwarding, and special cargo handling, multimoda. And also we provide the logistic facilities, hinterland development. Hinterland is the toll road and the logistic center. And also we have Pelindo Towers. We have a property management as well within Pelindo. Okay, next. So what we do in Pelindo and SPSL as innovation. Next. So this is the end-to-end service of Pelindo, from the berthing activities to it's actually port to door. In logistics terms, we call it port to door. But we add also the port and access development, as well as the property and industrial development. Next. Okay. So this is the integration of port and industrial areas. So in one of the aspects to reduce the logistic cost and the energy consumption, now we have a very far access and distance between the manufacturing or the producer and to the port. If we see, they deliver the whole way from, for example, in Tanjung Priok itself, from Tangerang to Tanjung Priok, from Cikarang to Tanjung Priok, from Bandung to Tanjung Priok. It's adding traffic and also energy consumption. So by this, we try to establish a logistic center, at least logistic center, as well as the industrial area nearby the port. So that will reduce the traffic time, the traffic congestion, as well as the energy consumptions. So the key aspect for consideration is the port locations, the access to from the port size, the infrastructure, and the development stages. Next. Okay. This is what we do. Number one is the Kijing. Kijing, we have the deep sea port in Kijing, West Kalimantan, because the Pontianak that we have now is a river port. And then behind the port itself, we have a tank farm, because mostly the commodity there is CPO, as well as for the logistic industrial area. Here, there are several tenants already, and mostly they are establishing the refinery manufacturing there. And at Kuala Tanjung is also the same concept with the port as well as the logistics area there. And we already have Inalum as well there. And at Tanjung Priok, Kalibaru, now we have New Priok Container Terminal 1. Soon it's going to be City 2, City 3, and it will be connected with the KBN, Kawasan Berikat Nusantara. And then that will connect between the bonded area, the FTZ, and as well as to the port. Next. And the integration of Jalan Tol Cibitung Cilincing now is already connected with JOR 2. Next, with the New Priok Eastern Access, it will be connected straight to the port. So it will less congestion at the public road. And for the Bali, we have Benoa Marine Tourism Hub. It's going to be the largest marina business in Indonesia. Yes? Okay, next. Yeah. All right, next. For this, I think you already comprehensively tell us, from your presentation, but we are going into there. Next slide. So we already discussed about the automations. 1 or 2 port, we already do automations. We start discussing about how to create a sustainability in our organizations, how to use the IoT, the big data. We already use Power BI in our organizations, about the environment, the automation, the decision making, automation. We are going into that right now. Considering we already 3 years old, so there are so many time and ample to run with. Okay, next. This is research and innovation that we do in Pelindo. We have research and innovation department, and also together working with the Riset Inovasi. There are program research and innovation program. So this is the roadmap, the research that we do in Pelindo. Next. Yeah. So there are 4 types of research in Pelindo. So we provide, number 1, research article. This is like a research or outlook report to obtain the trends in industry and technology development, especially in maritime industry. We also have what we call research body. It aims to assist external parties related to topic of port and maritime logistics, such as research, final assignments, dissertation, thesis, journals, articles, etc. And then we have also research cost funding. It is to fund external parties such as university or industrial practitioners who would like to contribute their research to us. Yeah. And also research development aim to deep dive into specific topic, which is to be published for short-term and long-term benefits. Next. In Pelindo, we have innovation competitions and research writing in force upholding. So we engage all employees within Pelindo to invite them to give their ideas into the subholding first. And then we will do the selections going into the holding stage. So this is what we do. And the winners of Research Writing Challenge in 2024, we have this program. One of them, David Humester, is our PSL employee who already PhD. And then this innovation idea we conduct every year. Right, next. So these are the samples of the innovation champions in 2023, and we just completed for 2024. And most of them, the interesting part, most of them really connect on what we do as a Pelindo. For example, the application to reduce the consumption of fuel, as well as how to measure the health of employee. They also try to provide application or tools, and also like the idea how to conduct collaboration with hospitals, and so on and so forth. So they are really engaged with the business process within Pelindo, and all the employees try to give their ideas how to be we call it a better Pelindo lah, Pak. And some of the project we already implement in some of our ports. Next. We also do research collaboration with the academicians. One of the example is for the RTGC with the sensor system, anti-sway and anti-correlation position control systems. This is the team leader from Dr. Engineer Abdul Qadir Muhammad from Polytechnic Negeri Ujung Pandang. So we already have the collaboration with the academicians. Next. Next. Yeah. So we definitely encourage, Pak, because in Indonesia, we realize that we are lack of research. So we, as a practitioners, as businessmen, we do what we have to do. Unlike those in Europe, in US, they always deep dive in detail level, make a research on how to do business in a better way, right? For example, we are still lag behind from DHL, for example, how they have the power, green energy for all of their warehouses and transportations. So in logistics itself, like the windmill, the solar panel, we are not there yet as Indonesia. So we really need academicians, our employees, to do the research and collaborate with us, practitioners, in order to build a better solution to the environment and also to the world. Okay. Next. I think that's it. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Impressive, Ibu Ruri. You addressed examples. First, what impressed me, Mutiara Pelindo. It is a jewel. It is a jewel in Pearl of Pelindo, and it is actually a jewel to the man's world, so to say. And the second one is you appeal more research, and I think it is something which strikes directly to our community. And you politely mentioned that your interest is to solve the business problems, the realities problem. And I really hope that our community, our academic community understand this message, that we should address things correctly, that we do not address wrong research questions, which are not in the interest of the business, so to say. Thank you. Now, Ibu Lucia Karina is the next speaker. She is an accomplished public affairs, communication, and sustainability director at Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. She is an engineer actually, from graduated from ITS, from civil engineering as well. Okay. Over the years, she has led transformative sustainability initiatives, including reducing plastic waste, improving recycling practices, and leading community-based programs such as PET recycling facility in partnership with Dynapack Asia, and the Wash Plus initiative, aimed at improving water and sanitation in Indonesian communities. It is a noble one. In recognition of her significant contributions to both ITS and society, Lucia Karina was awarded the prestigious Anugerah Wira Adiwisesa by her alma mater, ITS. Yeah, applause. This award celebrates alumni who have made impactful contributions to the university and the wider community. Her recognition extends globally, as she was also honored as the UN Global Impact SDG Pioneer this year, acknowledging her leadership in advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. Additionally, she remains deeply involved in industry associations as the Indonesia Employer Association and the Indonesian Green Building Council. Please, Ibu Lucia Karina, time is yours.
Thank you, Pak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and good morning to all distinguished guests from, I think, from various backgrounds that gather here today from offline and online, especially for Mas Boy, who pushed me to be the speaker today. he is really very resilient in texting me and asking me to come. And Mas Trika Pritana, the Dean of Faculty of Marine Technology, right, Pak? And Pak Setyo Nugroho, the Head of Department of Marine Transportation and Technology. Our beloved Mbak Ruri Rahma Putri from Pelindo, and Professor Yun Kumfai from NTU, and also Professor Osman Turan from Glasgow, UK, that I think joined online, right? So it's an honor for me actually to stand before you and share insight of a topic that is critical to our shared future, which is global collaboration for a sustainable maritime industry at this wonderful event that arranged by Mas Boyke. Yes, true, my name is Karina, come from ITS, my beloved campus, and I really love to be here today. We will delve into how the intersection of the policy, innovation, and technology can pave the way for more sustainable maritime future. A future where economic growth, societal well-being, and environmental preservation are not at odds, but rather reinforce each other in harmony. As the largest archipelagic nation in the world, we know that Indonesia actually plays a pivotal role in shaping the course on the global maritime industry. So this event actually really important for us, just to remind us the importance of Indonesia. And I mentioned about Indonesia, so you see that Indonesia actually has a strategic position as the world's largest archipelagic state, confers upon us both privileges and also, this is people sometimes forget, responsibilities. So it's not only privileges, but how we are going to responsible for our environmental and also for our society. So means that while we are blessed with an abundance of marine resources and biodiversity, we are also confronted with significant challenges that threaten the sustainability of our maritime domain. A closer look at the numbers reveals the scale and urgency of these challenges. Indonesia 2023 Ocean Health Index score stands out 69 out of 100, below the global average second of, the global average score of 73. And pity that Indonesia is ranked 152 out of 222 regions. So we are far away from number one. Our efforts to reduce marine plastic debris have yielded at 41.68% in September 2024, as reported by the Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment. And this is still far away from the Indonesian target of 70% by 2025. So it's huge homework for us actually to solve the marine debris. And also nearly half of our wild fish stock are overexploited, and only 12% of our terrestrial and inland waters are under protection. Many of people actually do not understand about this loss, I think including us. So that's why we need to really taking care and then put on focus on this one, because this is about our biodiversity. And these challenges serve as a stark reminder that the path to sustainable maritime development is fraught with obstacles. We also underscore the importance of adopting a strategic and collaborative approach, one that harnesses the power of policy, innovation, and technology to chart a course towards a more resilient and prosperous future. We know that the stakes are high, but I always believe, positively thinking, this is also the opportunities for us. By rising to the challenge and working together, we have the chance to not only preserve the health of our oceans, but also to unlock new sources of economic growth, create jobs and improve the livelihoods of millions of Indonesians who depend on the sea for their sustenance and way of life. What exactly does sustainable maritime look like? When Mas Boyke come to me, I'm trying to do research. What is the sustainable maritime for Indonesia? And at its core, actually, it is an industry that operates in harmony with environment, the economy, and society. First and foremost, a sustainable maritime industry is one that operates in harmony with the environment. It is an industry that is efficient in its use of resources, low its carbon emission, and resilience in the face of climate change that mentioned by Professor Kum this morning. It is an industry that prioritizes the health of marine ecosystem and works to preserve biodiversity for generations to come, not only for us, because when we left this world, we have to make sure that the world is the same when we burn. So when we born, when we left, the world has to be the same. Sustainability is not just about the environment, because people sometimes thinking about sustainability, they talk about environment, they talk about CSR. No. It's also about the holistic approach of people, the environment, the prosperity, the peace, and of course, the planet. A truly sustainable maritime industry is one that uplifts coastal communities, providing them with decent jobs, improve living standards, and resilience against the impact of climate change. This is an industry that is equitable and inclusive, leaving no one behind in the pursuit of the progress. Finally, a sustainable maritime industry is one that is undergirded by effective and inclusive governance. It is an industry where policies are crafted through multi-stakeholder collaboration, where the voices of all multi-stakeholders, not only the government and the private sectors or the industry will be heard, but for all multi-stakeholders, from industry players to local communities, are heard and taken into account. It is an industry where the rule of law prevails and where the benefits of maritime development are shared equitably. So no one left behind is the principle of the sustainable maritime. Realizing this vision of sustainability will not be easy. It will require a fundamental shift in the way we think about and approach maritime development. But with the right policies, innovation, and technologies, coupled with the spirit of collaboration and shared purpose, I believe that we can turn this vision into the reality. So to navigate the complex landscape of maritime sustainability, actually, a day before, I want to be honest to you, this presentation just finished this morning. I took a time to do brainstorming for myself. I used the iceberg approach to have a compass. And that compass is a STEAM system thinking. System thinking, for me, is an approach that recognizes the interconnectedness and interdependence of different elements with a system. It is an approach that looks beyond isolated event and linear cause and also effect relationship, and instead consider the broader pattern, structure, and mental model that shape a system behavior. So when we apply the system thinking to the maritime industry, we begin to see how different sustainability challenges are linked and how they interact with each other. This is the example. I'm not a professional from the maritime industry, but I try to find 10% from the iceberg. What is the event actually? So on the surface, the might seem like a straightforward problem of waste management, but when we dig deeper, we see that it's connected to broader issues such as unsustainable production and consumption. But please correct me if I'm wrong, because this is a very short time when I try to deep dive using the system thinking of the iceberg. So we see that it is connected to broader issues such as unsustainable production and consumption patterns, inadequate waste infrastructure, and lack of public awareness. Similarly, when we look at the issue of overfishing, we see that it is not just about the number of fish being caught, but also about the underlying economic pressures, the fragmentation of regulation across different countries, and the mental models that prioritize short-term gains over long-term sustainability. By adopting a system thinking approach, we can begin to identify the leverage points, the places within the system where a small change can lead a large-scale transformation. And we can design policies, innovation, and technologies that target these leverage points, creating a more holistic and effective approach to maritime sustainability. So, for me, actually, system thinking is not just a tool for the policymakers and also the industry leaders. It is a mindset that each and every one of us can adopt in our daily lives and in our respective spheres of influence. I actually want to ask everybody today that please use the system thinking approach for any decision that you want to make or any recommendation that you make. Because sometimes we only see 10%, but the rest of 90% is just hidden. And unfortunately, the 90% is the main cause of the issues. But please correct me if I'm wrong, yeah, for the reflection on the system thinking. This is the slide actually is about the impact of the key sustainability challenges on the SDGs achievement. So the challenges confronting the maritime industry are not just abstract issues. They have real and tangible impact on our ability to achieve sustainable development goals. There are 17 sustainable development goals. And this is actually the universal call to action to end the poverty, to protect the planet, and ensure that all people can enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. 2030, but we are still far, far away for the target in 2030. And I think all of you know that the maritime industry has a critical role to play in realizing this agenda. Please let's take a closer look at how some of the key maritime sustainability challenges intersect with specific SDGs. The issue of shipping decarbonization, for instance, is closely linked to the SDG number 7 on affordable and clean energy, as well as SDGs number 13 on climate action. By transitioning to cleaner fuels and more efficient technologies, the shipping industry can make a significant contribution to reducing the greenhouse gas emission and mitigating the impact of climate change. Marine plastic pollution, on the other hand, directly undermine SDGs number 14 on life below the water, as well as SDGs number 12 on responsible consumption and production. Plastic waste not only pollute our ocean and harms marine life, but also affect the unsustainable production and consumption patterns that lie at the root of the problem. Plastic waste, that's not only the plastic bottle, not only the plastic sachet, but also the fabric that we wear today. Also the net that used by the fishermen. Also the shoes that we actually wear today. And all the material that actually use the polymer as the basis. Okay. Overfishing is another challenge that cuts across multiple SDGs. It threatens the livelihood of coastal communities, SDGs number 1 on the no poverty, undermine food security, SDGs number 2 on the zero hunger, and disrupt marine ecosystem. By managing our fisheries sustainably and combating the illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, we can ensure that our ocean continue to provide for the needs of both current and future generation. This is just a few examples, yeah. We still have a lot of example on how we have how we have to mitigate the challenge on achieving the target of SDGs by 2030. At the heart of this transformation lies the interplay of policy, innovation, and technology. These three elements are the key drivers of change in the maritime industry, and their alignment and integration are critical for fostering global collaboration and achieving sustainability. I really expect that my government actually is here. Policy sets the framework and creates the enabling condition for sustainable maritime development. It is tough policy that we establish the standard, regulation, and incentive that guide the behavior of industry players and other stakeholders. Effective maritime policies align with global sustainability framework while also being rooted in local realities and priorities. Innovation, on the other hand, is the engine of change. It is through innovation that we develop new solutions to all problems and create new opportunities for growth and development. In the maritime context, innovation can take many forms, from the development of cleaner fuels and more efficient ship design, to the application of circular economy principle and the adoption of new business model like what Professor Kuhn actually presented this morning. Technology, meanwhile, is the toolbox that enables us to translate policy and innovation into action. Advances in areas such as IoT, data analytics are creating new possibilities for optimizing maritime operation, reducing environmental impacts, and enhancing safety and security. However, the real power of policy, innovation, and technology lies in their integration and synergy, the global collaboration. When these three elements are aligned and working together, they will create a virtuous cycle of positive changes. So that's why we really need the global collaboration to end these issues. How about Indonesia policy framework for maritime sustainability? Indonesia actually recognized the critical importance of global collaboration in achieving maritime sustainability. This is why we have been actively engaging in various international forums and partnerships, such as International Maritime Organization and the Global Ocean Forum, to advance our shared goals and interests. At the same time, we also recognize that global framework and standards must be translated into national policies and action that are tailored to our specific context and priorities. This is the essence of the what I call globalization approach. Jadi thinking globally and acting locally, globalization. Indonesia Policy Framework for Maritime Sustainability is a prime example of this approach in action. Our framework anchored in Indonesia Ocean Policy, or IOP, which provides a comprehensive and integrated blueprint for managing our maritime resources and also the activities. Complementing the IOP, Indonesia, we also have the Indonesia Blue Economy Strategy, just released by the Bappenas, which provides a more focused roadmap for developing our maritime economy in a way that is socially equitable, environmentally sound, and economically viable. Together, the IOP and the Blue Economy Strategy provide a solid foundation for aligning our national policies with global sustainability framework, including the UN Sustainable Development Goals and also Paris Agreement on the climate change. Policy framework like the IOP and the Blue Economy Strategy, of course, is essential, but they are not sufficient on their own. To truly catalyze change, we need to harness the power of innovation and technology. We need to create an enabling environment that encourages experimentation, risk-taking, and collaboration across sector and discipline. Several countries are recognized as global leaders in maritime sustainability, such as Norway, the Netherlands, Denmark, Japan, the United States, Germany, Sweden, Finland, South Korea, and of course Singapore that just presented this morning. I give you some example, like Norway. Norway is a pioneer using electric hydrogen power autonomous ships. They develop a shore power infrastructure and introduce electric ferries called Ampere, and active in blue carbon project to absorb CO2 through the coastal ecosystem. Denmark, also known with the Maersk ship line that Mbak Ruri used to work for Maersk, is leading the development of alternative maritime fuels, including the green methanol and ammonia. And Japan also currently develop LNG and also the hydrogen power ships. But in addition to that, they also focus on involving the coastal communities and prioritize biodiversity protection. It's maritime. Japan is very tough. I mean, they have very deep in the maritime culture, but they never left their local community. They always involve their local community to be part on all the innovation. How about Indonesia? We are seeing a surge innovation in the maritime sector, driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs, the researchers, and also the change makers. From the development of the electric vessel and low carbon fuels to the application of AI and also the blockchain in supply chain management. One of area of the innovation is particularly critical is the development of new business models that align economic incentive with sustainability goals. I think we just recently know about the blue financing that seeks to mobilize private capital for sustainable maritime project and enterprises. Another example of innovative business model is the adoption of circular economy principle in the maritime sector. I really hope that Pelindo actually will going to start this circular economy initiative in the port that managed by Pelindo. Innovation and technology go hand in hand as we develop new solutions and approaches for sustainable maritime development. We need to ensure that we are harnessing the power of technology to scale and accelerate their impact. On area where technology is having a transformative impact is in the digitalization of the maritime sector. By leveraging advanced technologies such as AI, blockchain, and the IoT, we can create smarter, more efficient, and more transparent maritime operation. I give you another example, actually, is the youth citizen science initiative to monitor and report on the health of our ocean is by equipping local communities with low-cost sensors and data collection tools, so we can create a network of eyes and ears on the ground that can provide valuable insight and feedback to policymakers and researchers. Just yesterday, 2 days ago, I've been a judge for the startup that actually create these apps for the local community. It's a very innovative, and I hope that this model actually can easily commercialize and also duplicated by other people. Okay. Okay, in Indonesia, I don't want to, people think that Indonesia didn't do anything, so I have to present about this. In Indonesia, we are already seeing the impact of sustainable maritime practices across the value chain, from seaweed farming and mangrove planting to river and ocean cleanup and green port development. These initiatives are delivering tangible benefit for the environment, the economy, and also the local communities. Take a seaweed farming by example. By adopting sustainable cultivation methods, investing in product innovation, and developing value-added processing capabilities, Indonesia has become the world's largest producer of Karaginan seaweed, generating livelihood for over 200,000 farmers and their families. In addition to that, mangrove restoration is also another area where Indonesia is leading the way. Through large-scale planting program, community-based management, and ecotourism development, we have restored over 700,000 hectares of degraded mangrove forests, enhancing coastal resilience, biodiversity, and also carbon sequestration. In the port sector, we just listened from Ruri, we are seeing a growing number of initiatives to green port operation and infrastructure that run by Pelindo. How about the government? The Ministry of Maritime and Fisheries has been instrumental in driving this initiative. They have integrating the approach to marine resource management and sustainable fisheries. So they are now preparing some of the policies on how can prevent the carbon emission and also the overfishing. The Ministry of Transportation also play a crucial role by enhancing maritime connectivity safely and also sustainable. As we scale up these sustainable maritime practices in Indonesia, we recognize that we cannot do it alone. The challenges we face are global in nature. Global in nature because we can't control the sea. And they require global solution. That is why international collaboration and partnerships are the heart of our approach. So I just want to go directly to the why Indonesia actually unique. So Indonesia is uniquely positioned to lead the way towards a sustainable maritime future as the world's largest archipelagic nation with a rich cultural heritage and strategic location at the heart of the Indo-Pacific. We have both the responsibility and the opportunity to be a global leader in sustainable maritime development. However, leadership is not just about having the right policies and strategies in place. It is also about having the right mindset and approach. It's about being willing to take bold and decisive action even in the face of uncertainty and complexity. It's about being open to new ideas and perspective and being willing to learn from both successes and failures. Indonesian known, sometimes we just want to know the successes, we forgot about the failures, but now we have to learn also from our failures. In conclusion, the path toward a sustainable maritime future is not an easy one, but it is a necessary one. The challenges we face are complex and multifaceted, but so too are the opportunities for innovation, collaboration, and also the transformation. As we have seen today, the key to unlocking these opportunities really lies at the intersection of policy, innovation, and technology supported by global collaboration. This transformation will not happen on its own. It will require a leadership, partnership, and action from all of us, from government and industry players to researchers, civil society organization, and also the local communities. We all have a role to play in shaping the future of our ocean and coast. So we cannot do this alone. The world needs you. We need the support, the collaboration and partnership of the global community to achieve our shared goals. We need to learn from each other's experiences and best practices. And we need to work together to overcome the challenges and barriers that stand in our way. So let us live here today with a renewed sense of commitment and also a new purposes. Let us take the insight and ideas that we have shared and put them into action in our own communities and spheres of influences. And let us continue to work together across borders and boundaries towards a more sustainable, equitable, and prosperous maritime future for all of us. So thank you very much, terima kasih banyak, and see you all in the sustainable maritime future that we will build together. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Ibu Lucia. It is a strong message of her. And I hope this seminar is also a purposeful seminar as well. And she mentions about the need for innovation and the need for collaboration. If we want to walk very fast, we might walk alone. But if we want to go far, far away, we should walk together. Thank you, Ibu Lucia. The next speaker is Professor Osman Turan. Hello, Osman. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. Very well. A bit sleepy. It's 4 a.m. here.
Yeah, it is very early in the morning in Glasgow, right?
Yes. Yes. Still very dark, but it's my pleasure to be participating. I wish I was there in person, but I think it's a fantastic opportunity for me to, to share my opinion and activities, and it's a very purposeful, the conference that you have here, and hopefully this was Ms. Karina's presentation was excellent and echoing what I'll be presenting in the technology sides.
Okay. We are very happy to have you here. I would like to take 1 minute to read your excellent CV. Professor Osman Turan is a prominent naval architecture, ocean and marine engineering figure at the University of Strathclyde in Glasgow. He is known for his research on maritime safety, energy efficiency, and sustainable shipping. He also serves as the director of Maritime Human Factors Center, a role that underscores his leadership in the field of maritime safety and sustainability. His major contributions include the leading Seahorse project, which applied aviation safety practices. And lastly, we have also been collaborating in a Safe Mode project, right? Yes. And he earns Lloyd Register RINA Maritime Safety Award and the Transport Research Arena Vision Senior Researcher Award in 2018. Applause for him.
Thank you.
He has also been involved in projects like low carbon shipping in changing climates, which focus on reducing carbon emissions and improving energy efficiency in maritime operations. Professor Turan has published over 100 papers on ship design, energy efficiency, and human factors, making him a key contributor to advancing maritime safety and sustainability. Time is yours, Usman.
Thank you very much. I would like to share my presentation. Just a second. And so I assume you are able to see my screen.
Yes, we do. In our room, we see your slides are displayed already.
Okay, that's great. Good morning to all participants, chairman, organizers, and also the distinguished colleagues. And I would like to, present, which is a complementary to what we are seeing in the, the technology innovation, sustainable shipping. What we need to, as Ms. Karina has highlighted in a very clear manner, that we need to really look at the shipping in a collaborative manner to achieve the successes. That's why I call a co-innovation, co-development. It means that we can work together to achieve the targets. When we look at the shipping, we know that world's 90% of the goods are transported by ships. And it's really an extremely important transport mode for the world's sustainability. And as far as the transportation costs are concerned, it is the cheapest transportation mode. And we are, contributing the 3%, 2.7% of carbon emissions. And it may look small. However, when we try to look at the, if you don't take action, this may increase to significant levels. And unfortunately, we are using the dirtiest fossil fuels, heavy fuel oils, etc. As far as the importance is concerned, we have seen in 2020, the incident when 6 days of Suez Canal blockage, which is claimed to cost $10 billion per day to the world economy. That's how important it is. If something happens somewhere, we are seeing that supply chain somewhere in the world is not really getting the goods. This is also another point that we will highlight later on. And also the IMO, Environmental Protection Committee in July 2023 have a very a change in its application, the targeting of 20% reduction emissions by 2030, 70% reduction by 2040 compared to 2008 levels, and the ultimate goal of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. So when we look at these aspects, what we are seeing, also the other side of the coin, where we are facing a lot of challenges. Environmental impact is a major worry globally, and we look at also the alternative energy. Where do you get it? How do we achieve the global supply? And are there really alternative energies that we can utilize to make the shipping greener? We know there's a global competition, but also what we are seeing is that every the adverse effect, we see more regulations, which is a negative side of our industry. We are because the regulation compliance rather than building our culture to achieve better for the environment, better for the safety, better for the people. So that's why we are seeing a lot of regional laws and regulations. In addition to see this, we have also the maritime safety and security issues in addition to that. So we are dealing multiple issues, but also we need to really work together to address this. When we look at the other developments, we are seeing a lot of automation when ships are becoming complex. This leads to, unfortunately, reduced crew, which have more cognitive tasks, which means we require not an operator, but a problem solver skills from the crew. And this leads to a shortage of highly skilled seafarers. Ms. Karina mentioned the iceberg. I just introduced this. We are using the iceberg also in number of elements, but also the maritime accidents. And SETIO had participated in this. We have developed also the iceberg approach to understand what is beneath the sea, which is not obvious. And as you can see, even the maritime accidents, we see the culture right at the bottom. We need the deep dive to understand and develop the understand root causes so that we can find the solution for the root causes, not really on the what we see obvious on the above the sea level. So it is. I really love Ms. Karina's the approach of looking at the resources of the sea and what we see, any damage, what happens below the sea. This is really an important, and I think it's lovely to see this similar, the approach. So when we look at the challenges in international shipping, we are seeing, the significant changes since the year 2000 towards the environmental challenges, and not just the maritime, but also the global. This in turn brings new regulations to comply with. In the areas of, we are seeing air pollution, water pollution in different aspects. greenhouse gas emissions and climate change, which is the major issue that we are facing, and a lot of activities are taking place towards that direction in the net zero. We have seen balanced water issues, biofouling issues, plastic issues, and just to be aware that there is a plastic islands, two of them floating in the oceans as big as France. You can see the risks, and every plastic is going into our food chain. Then we have also invasive or non-indigenous species that when they are moving into a different environment, they become invasive and creating significant damage to the ecosystem. Then we are dealing with oil chemical spills, and the last part is the dismantling of maritime assets. You know, there are different challenges that needs to work all together in harmony, and we can create a economic prosperity, but at the same time we need to address these challenges. Any side effect is that short-term gains turns into long-term losses, which we need to really work together. So when we look at the international maritime regulatory landscape for environment, and if you look at France since 2017, we are seeing international regulations, but also regional regulations that are supported by the individual countries or individual the regions like EU, Chinese coast, United States coast, New Zealand, Norwegian coast, and so we are seeing number of regional regulations, but also global regulations that towards this minimize the damage or prevent completely. You can see the European Union also bring a lot of its own regulations, using their power as a carrot and stick activities, because sometimes international maritime regulatory development is taking too long, and which is a good example of Hong Kong Ship Recycling Convention, which was established in 2009, but because the countries were not approving it, it only managed to coming into force in 2025, after 16 years. We cannot wait for 16 years. And this is a good example of how things may work, and which leads to actually some the regions are taking unilateral actions. So what we are seeing towards the environment, we are seeing sulfur, SOx, and the NOx regional limitations, worldwide limitations, global sulfur cap. Then we are seeing at first time energy efficiency design index, which was introduced for new ships in 2008, 2009, which came into force 2013. We now seen in 2021 EEXI, which is the energy efficiency index for existing ships. Just to remind you that maritime regulatory framework at IMO is always for new ships. It's like a grandfathering rule. However, this is maybe the first time that IMO introduced new regulation for existing ships to deal with the greenhouse gas emissions or climate change. This also brought first time also the carbon intensity index, which is applicable to existing as well as the new ships, with the increased restrictive levels until 2030. And also, in addition, we are seeing that EU is applying emission tax systems, and the IMO is trying to bring similar type of tax, carbon tax for the emissions from the fossil fuels. What we are seeing is also further fuel EU Maritime, encouraging the usage of the alternative fuels, and we are seeing also Norwegian, Canadian, the emission, the zones, and in the future, we are seeing IMO fuel greenhouse gas intensity regulation, carbon pricing, and underwater noise, and maybe the plastic regulations and biofouling regulations are, in the future, we will see that these are coming. So it is you can see plenty regulatory framework is going on, but is this really a way to do, or do we need to do something more proactive than reactive, just complying regulations? Working on the maritime regulatory framework for almost 40 years, I can easily say that we are a reactive industry, trying to really say that bring me the regulations, I will comply. But in most of the areas, we can do more than just complying. And unfortunately, we are always hiding behind the regulations and complying. Having a certificate to comply with a minimum standard. Remember, it is a minimum standard that we are dealing with. We need to try to achieve the maximum that we can do for future generations of this world. Otherwise, our children, grandchildren will not be able to enjoy the life. When we go deep dive to IMO's greenhouse gas emissions, in 2018, IMO had reduced, as you can see, a red line, a strategy which was more lenient, but in 2023, they really work out with a much more ambitious targets, having a 20% reduction in emission intensity, 40%, and fuel, and 5% of the fuel worldwide should be coming from the alternative fuels. And 2040, 70% reduction, and we are trying to achieve net zero by 2050. Is it achievable? If we don't work together, if we don't create the innovation, that's difficult. And also, what we need to do is that adopting well-to-wake greenhouse gas emission is another important step, so that we don't really pass the buck to another industry or another leg of the transport. By this, what I mean, ports, which are extremely important leg of our transport chain in maritime, they are not under the IMO regulation, but they are subject to the individual government regulations. So suddenly you have a leg that you cannot control, but very important for the maritime decarbonization. This is something that we need to work on in a jointly collaborative manner, so that there's a seamless implementation. When we look at the IMO short-term carbon emission reduction, we mentioned the EXI, which is a one-time hardware-driven calculation for existing vessels, and it is applied to vessels over 400 gross tonnage. Carbon intensity indicator, which is for me the deal breaker actually, which is the most restrictive and increasingly stricter 2013, will be using the, existing ships or new ships need to comply. In that some cases, they may need to take measures in the short term to reduce the emissions from the shipping. So domestic ships and ships less than 400 gross tons are excluded. What are we going to do with them? We said, oh, that's not our problem. If we look at Indonesia's domestic shipping, a lot of vessels are less than 400 gross tonnage, or as the domestic ships operating. This is really important that we take these measures, because regulations don't cover, we cannot stop there. We really need to really work on this and find a solution. So if you look at the net zero ambition by 2050, we have facing challenges. We need to make the ships highly energy efficient. How do we do it? Innovation doesn't grow on a tree, or naturally we bring that. We need to really work on it together to build this. Offshore shore power, electrification, when the ships are at port, roughly 12 to 15% of their emissions are coming from the operations or the auxiliary systems that they use when they are berthing at port. So there is sometimes you call shore power, sometimes you call ironing, and there is a infrastructure that should be built to be able to supply the electricity. It doesn't stop there. Also, ships need to have the capability to be able to connect to the shore power. But who would invest on shore power infrastructure at ports? Is the port? Is the government? Is the shipping community? Who should do? This is a big debate, especially in Europe. When we look at the green energy, as ammonia, the hydrogen, methanol, or biofuels, we can see that in order to do that, we need to generate a green energy. Do we have enough green energy? And who should develop the land infrastructure to store alternative fuels? So we have number of opportunities, but number of challenges. I can only say that from the technology side, there is no magic solution. We know that there will not be enough alternative energy for every stakeholder. Remember, there will be a competition from different industries, whether it's aviation is a good example. You have the industry, you have the road transport, you have the railway. They all need a green energy. And also our domestic heating, etc. This comes as a challenge. And what you need to really, in order to produce alternative fuels such as methanol, ammonia, hydrogen, we need a green electricity. Where would green electricity will come from? Solar, wind, hydro infrastructures are required. Solar wind farms, offshore wind farms, hydro dams. These are massive investments that, the someone needs to bring that and reality, forget the technologies. This requires a systems approach. Also, infrastructure should be constructed for the storage and utilization of alternative energies. Solar, wind, hydro infrastructure are required. These are massive, again, investments. And when we look at the storages, it is not just that easy, because the hydrogen, ammonia, etc., they are really very volatile energies, and there are safety concerns, even for storage near ports, and most of the ports are near the, how do you call, built environments, and if ammonia released accidentally, it will really kill a number of people. So safety issues similar to the onboard ships, design needs to address this, handling these alternative fuels. So what we need is that we need highly efficient transport system so that we can minimize the energy consumption regardless of the type of fuel that we use. This requires a systems approach that utilizes the innovation in every opportunity and every leg of the maritime transport at the different life cycle stages. If we don't approach it this way, we will be only covering one part, and all the massive investments will not be, achieving the desired, the targets, because we haven't provide this in a way that addresses every part of the transport chain. When we talk about systems approach, we said that there is no magic solution, and you need to look at every stage of the transportation, manufacturing, to save energy and to implement the the different the alternative solutions, because there are different ways of doing it. An example: highly efficient ship design, hydrodynamic and aerodynamic hull optimization for energy efficiency, onboard system optimization for energy efficiency. You need the different systems, but utilization. Then we have energy saving technologies that I'll give a couple of examples. We need a propulsion system, highly efficient, and onboard energy systems that utilizes the energy in a smart way, but in a minimum way. And one thing that I need to say today, if you want to generate 1 kilogram of hydrogen, you need the energy that hydrogen will give for 1 kilogram. You need 1.5 the times electricity to produce the hydrogen. So if it is not green, any electricity that you use for to produce the hydrogen or ammonia, then you are actually polluted. This is really important. So less energy is achieved with the hydrogen that produced. It is not coming like the oil and gas from the natural environment. Then we need to look at the smart operations. We are looking at the weather routing, voyage optimization, dynamic just-in-time arrival system. I assume previous speaker mentioned about the ports, importance of port in that. Digital communication and Internet of Things for highly efficient port-ship integrated operations are required to realize all the, to maximize the achievements. Crew training is another important point, and also public awareness. We love to have, you order something from Amazon or similar platform, and you want to have that product tomorrow. But every demand that I need it tomorrow, that you don't need, ships need to go faster. They need to generate more, they will generate more emissions. So if there's a slow steaming, can we do it slow steaming at certain places? If you, the knots of reduction of speed of ship, you may reduce 40% of their, emissions. It's really important, and the culture, education is really important. Then we look at the alternative energy sources. In the right-hand side, smart green ports are really essential and actually a key barrier or the opportunity to deliver what we are seeing in the maritime sector. Then we move on to the left-hand side, wind and solar assisted propulsion that we are seeing. Ammonia, hydrogen, methanol, biofuels, they need to be really produced at the commercial scales to be able to complete the transition to alternative fossil fuel-free shipping. And of course, green energy infrastructure and the grid becomes an important part of the big map and the systems approach. Examples of the hydrodynamic design and optimization, we are doing this day in, day out. We can really generate a hull form that 20%, 25% more efficient, which means that they will burn 25% less fuel. If we add the other technologies, we are able to really generate up to 50% efficiency, means that 50% less, the fuel consumption. What does this mean? If I have 50% less fuel consumption for the same ship, it means that I can really introduce the alternative fuels for the new ship designs. Why? Hydrogen occupies 5 to 7 times more volume to achieve the same energy. Ammonia 3 to 4 times more space. This is a massive, how do you call step. If you reduce the energy demand by the ship by 50%, then alternative fuels subject to solving all the safety issues will be a real alternative. And this would only come with the innovations and the implementation, but the innovation doesn't grow on a tree, or it doesn't only happen in academia. This is, we need to work towards the proactively on the co-development of the innovations. Energy saving devices. Apart from the hull form, there are individual tools that improve the flow and improve the efficiency. Right hand side, you are seeing wake equalizing duct. We designed this and implemented on 280 meter bulk carriers with a 6% improvement in the fuel consumption. Propeller boss-stop fins, it's just as it gives between 1 to 2%, but also it reduces the cavitation that the rudder is facing. So there are different advantages. These are some examples of the technologies that we have developed together with the industry. Another important...
5 more minutes, Professor Duran.
Okay, that's fine. So when we look at the another solutions, the biofouling, we are seeing a lot of the developments in the biofouling, especially the transfer of the transfer of invasive species, and that's why we've seen the New Zealand introducing regulation. But also, key is that biofouling really increases the fuel consumption if you don't tackle almost 70-80%, and you can see the curve that coming in. So heavy slime, deteriorating coating of light slime, calcareous fouling, hard shell fouling. We are seeing that you may increase by 50%, and in some cases 60%. This becomes an important to address. So coating selection becomes important, and coatings have different performances in terms of friction, including conditions, and also the anti-fouling conditions. We've been doing a lot of work, innovative devices that we built, and like slime farm and fully turbulent flow channel to be able to test the different coatings in a competitive environment. This is essential. This is maybe the world's first retrofitted gate rudder system, and it improved currently the vessel that it retrofitted. We coordinated this project around 35% in the real operational environment. We reduced the fuel consumption by 35%, which is innovation, but it took many years. And we have seen this type of the innovations coming from different directions, but the key barrier is that everybody says, would it work for my ship? This requires a science and joint development. Another good example is the slow steaming. If you reduce your speed by 1.5 knots, this is the resistance curve. You go higher the speed, you have an exponential increase. What happens is that you get a 20% power reduction, only 6% reduced speed. That's why I mentioned, as a public, can we wait that the iPhone etc. comes 3 days later, 5 days later? Can we do that? I mean, we have seen different solutions that you can list so many of them, and examples of the flattened rotors are joined, and the ammonia hydrogen engines, voyage optimizations, and the wind assisted systems, and all you are looking at the generating the more efficiency on board the ship. This requires it's not an overnight. It is not that publicly available or off the shelf. This needs to be developed together. So it comes to my part, co-innovation. Co-innovation is defined as a collaborative process between two or more parties to create new product, services, or business model, typically a company or its customers, partners, or suppliers. It involves sharing resources, knowledge, expertise to develop solutions that meet the needs of all parties involved. Maritime. Why we need in maritime? Because we are multidisciplinary. We are actually dealing with system of systems. And maritime is a global. It requires a global solution because we are a global transport, which requires different ideas, skills, expertise, facilities, and resources. When we look at the innovation, there are different technology readiness levels that we are seeing. Basic principles, technology, experimental proof, technology validated in lab. This creates a fundamental research project, joint academic project, research and innovation hubs, and the PhD studentships are really important, and doctoral training centers that we look at to address these fundamental developments. Then implementation part, look at the 5, 6, and 7, where leads to the prototype solution, that this requires a joint research project, joint industry project, knowledge transfer project, research centers, and national or bilateral or large international calls that, the collaboration. EU has an excellent example, provides a lot of funding for this type of joint projects, but also number of countries are allowed to enter around the world. Commercial readiness becomes a joint industry project, knowledge transfer project, and research centers will be the key. So this requires a co-innovation, collaboration. So result is the industry, government, academia, you need to create a system so that system works, pushes you to create a collaborative environment. Creation of ecosystem, whether regional, national, international, will see the impact on the innovation, patents, skills, services, manufacturing, products, local employment, societal impact that we are all seeing the benefits, and environmental impact. Couple of examples of some of the projects from the United Kingdom that funded by government, but also a joint collaboration with the industry, shipping company, propulsion developer, and this is a Marine UK is a research collaborative environment that putting industry and in academia together. So here we are trying to create a retrofit a gate rudder system with a methanol diesel methanol powered electric engines motors to generate a net zero. This is existing chips. This is also another good example from port. We are working for a small port but it's a highly important core for oil and gas or the offshore wind. And they are the second. Well, first in Scotland, they introduced the shore power electricity for the offshore wind sector. We are trying to make this port as a green. We have the models that we developed from a research project. Now we are developing a strategy for a small to medium size port. This is a good example of, again, the collaboration. My last slide is example of co-innovation. And some of you might know Oldendorf Carriers, possibly one of the largest, how do you call the logistics and the ship operator. They operate more than 700 ships, and they are, the bulk transportation, one of the key players in the world. And they are fed up with the slow developments. Now we sign an agreement, and there will be Oldendorf Research Center for Sustainable Shipping will be operational from the December 2024. I'll be the director of that center, and our aim is to develop innovations and implementation so they become the pioneer, but findings of this, the collaboration will be available to the rest of the world. This is how it works. They provide a good amount of funding, but our universities also provide the funding and provide research PhD studentships, research projects, and our time and facilities to make it happen. So this is a good example, and I would encourage everybody, don't wait. Go proactively, try to create this creation of the innovations and collaboration, and the government should be facilitating and creating opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Osman Turan. It is really inspiring and thought-provoking. Your last slide mentioned about Oldendorf shipping. So it surprised me that
yes.
it operates over 700 bulk carriers now. Correct?
Yes, that's true.
So
that's true.
I was there 24 years ago in Lübeck. It operated 200 ships at the time. So it has grown exponentially.
Yes, because what they do is that it is not just a carrier, but they do a lot of logistics. So they charter also another 500 ships.
Yes.
So they have a key role. They take the projects. For instance, they say that, okay, I'll be carrying your, iron ore from A to B and transport them. They create all the logistics to it, and they create innovative solutions. For instance, they have a center in Middle East. They provide a lot of iron ore carriers coming from, from Norway, Africa, but the ports don't have the depth, to be able to. So they do transshipments.
Yes.
So that without harming the environment, they do clever way of doing it. We calculated by carrying a cargo in a large vessels and bring it to the near the port, then transfer it to smaller ships. You reduce the emissions, greenhouse gas emissions by 30%.
Okay, thank you.
This is really an important way of how the innovation comes in a different forms, and they want to implement. Because this is a privately owned, they don't have shareholder worries. So if they see an innovation, they will implement. That's why their pioneering way of approaching and setting up a center is actually very important for the global shipping industry. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Professor Turan. Now, discussion is open now. I recommend you all to raise questions, and Pak Robi Hetaria from University of Patimura. Yes, briefly, and then the question goes to...
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you very much, Pak Setio. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Walter Robert Hetaria from Patimura University in Ambon. I have some comments and questions for Sri Keynote speaker. But before, I would like to thank you very much for your nice presentation. So my first question to Dr. Yu Feng. Yeah. I see in your slide, most of the area in the port you cover with solar panel. So it is provide for a lighting system or also for the power? Because we know that in harbor, we need a lot of power. Yeah. So or you still back up your solar panel with a diesel engine. So my second question is for the future, how you maintenance your solar panel? And it could be a big waste for the future. How you can manage it? And sorry, I continue with for Ibu Ruri. Sorry, yeah. It seems like your scenario is very good for the port, which is connect mostly to the land. For example, in Java, on Sumatra, or Sulawesi. But in our province, in the archipelago state, like in Moluccas, we have problems. Maybe you know about the project of Ambon New Port, but it is still not exist until now because they make, I don't know exactly what is this, but for the future, do you make scenario in order to collect some product from the small island? Because if we go to the Ambon New Port, it takes a long time. And then many private company bring their product, for example, in Southeast Moluccas to Surabaya. So in this case, we provide the port, but we don't know what is the scenario for this. And third for Ibu Lucia. Yes, talking about your presentation, we have a lot of issues, which is until now we still try to find the solution. And I have some comments for you. First, talking about plastic waste, don't forget that recently many boats are built from material of fiberglass, reinforced plastic. And it seems like there is no control. Many people in small shipyard, in the small islands, whatever, people build it very much. And the waste, they throw to the sea. And also, when the time the boat operation, and then they let it about abandoned ships, and then they burn it. And it could give very much toxic to the environment. And the second, don't forget about the ballast water. Yes. And in ships, we have it. So ships carry water ballast from another port to another. Even we have the regulation on how we can treat the ballast, but in reality, who control it? So just put into attention for that. And also for the overfishing. Our government should be considered about it. They talk about the regulation of mesh size of the net. But in reality, I spent so much at sea to see what happened. When the net in full condition, the mesh size becomes small and small. So fish cannot escape from the net. So we learn from the Nordic country like Sweden, Scandinavia. We have to have the right time to catch the fish, not in the small size or fish with. Sometimes we catch the fish with lot of eggs inside the belly of the fish. So in this case, we have to have the right time of catching the fish. I think, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. So, we are running out of time, but basically, please respond to his questions.
Thank you, Professor, for your comments. These are really relevant questions to ask, very valid. So on your first question regarding is it whether solar energy is the main source of energy to power the entire port, the short answer is no. But it is going to be a main source of energy. And at the moment, in addition to solar, we are also looking at the ammonia solid fat oxide as a potential alternative source of energy. And of course, the backup is always the use of fossil fuel. But in terms of the energy mix, I would say majority is going to be solar. But now moving on to your second question, which is about some of the challenges that are involved with regards to maintenance and all that. Yeah, in fact, there are several issues related to the use of solar panels, such as the debris that landed on the solar panel will reduce its efficiency over time. Issues with inverter as well, they will degrade after 10, 15 years. And also it's about the modularity as well. If it is, let's say, the solar panel are built on infrastructures, how are we going to maintain it effectively and efficiently? So there are a lot of planning done on to make sure that the use of solar panel is something that will be sustainable in the long run, even with these challenges. Some of the things that we have thought about when we install the solar panel is about the materials that we use as sustainable as possible, the modularity of the solar panel. How are we going to sort of make it easier to replace the panel if there are damages? As well as the paint that we use as well. So there are many considerations that we have put into place. We have also done the cost-benefit analysis, especially on the environmental impact. It is still much better with all these maintenance and difficulties in place to use solar panel as compared to, let's say, going back to the use of fossil fuel. So we have done life cycle analysis as well of using the solar panel. So overall, it is still a much sustainable options. But at the moment, we are also considering other forms of cleaner energy like ammonia, to power up the ports, especially with regards to the equipment. Solar panel, of course, there's only so much energy that you can harness. It is always good to rely on other mixes of energy to sustain the port energy needs. Yeah. I hope that answer your questions. Yeah. Thank you very much for your questions. Yeah.
Thank you. Ibu Ruri.
Thank you. Terima kasih for the question, Pak. So for the connectivity for Pelindo, there are several approaches. For the hinterland development, whereby the land area is still possible, there are several approaches. Number one, Pelindo open the new one. For example, Kuala Tanjung dan Kijing, West Kalimantan. There is a new area which is opened by Pelindo, and we built logistics center and industrial areas there. Number two, we utilize what we already have. For example, for Semarang, there are Lami Citra and Kawasan Industri Cipta. Now we are proposing how to connect those areas with the port, which actually the location is already attached to the port. And also number three, we collaborate with other industrial areas. For example, Batang and Pasuruan, Pierre, we try to develop the connectivity using train for the container. So it will reduce the congestion of the public road. And then for those islands, especially in Indonesia Timur, whereby the land area is not allowing us to open the industrial area or the new one, we have a hub and spoke program, which is to connect, it's a hub and spoke program to connect between the main ports in Indonesia. And our targets, the hub and spoke port will help also the smaller port surrounding that area. So we have 5 programs for the 5 hub and spoke from Belawan, Tanjung Priok, and here, Tanjung Perak, Makassar. That's why we have Makassar New Port. And the next is Sorong. So we hope that can help the islands within those areas, especially in Makassar and Sorong, yeah. So the shipping line can bring bigger vessels to Makassar and to Sorong to bring all the goods to from Java, because Java is still the main traffic for economy, to the east of Indonesia. So those are the programs that we launched in Pelindo.
Silakan Bu Lucia.
Thank you, Pak, for the input and also the question. Number one, on the waste management, actually, we, under the National Plastic Action Partnership, we have been pushed the local government on controlling and managing their local waste, because impossible national government actually go through in every island. And the budget for the waste management actually sits under the local government. Unfortunately, it's a very small number, less than 1% of their total budget. However, we have to still keep positively. So NPAP actually work with several society organizations. And now we also try to push the Ministry of Transportation by using the toll route, because most of the recycling facility of plastic located in Java Island. So the island outside Java can collect it, can collect the plastic waste, and they can ship through the toll route facility, because my understanding, most of the ship actually when they go to outer island, when they back, it's with empty containers, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, right? That's empty. So by putting the plastic waste that been collected, sending to Java Island to be recycled, actually will help. That's number one. But the second one, on the net, actually, I can't make any comment, but I'm going to put in my iceberg system thinking, and let me think about how can we put the advocacy also to the government, particularly of the Minister of Maritime and Fisheries. The third one on the ballast water management. My understanding, Indonesia government already ratified the international convention for control of the ballast water management that require the ships have the system that meet the standard. Unfortunately, we do have a lack enforcement for the shipping. I noticed that some of the port actually conduct the audit, but I'm not sure that all port. And the other thing is also the certification body for the ballast water management need to be strengthened, this is also one of our challenges in Indonesia. Not many certification body that understand really the importance of the ballast water management. I think that's Pak. I'm not the maritime expert, but I'll try my best. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Lucia. I suggest that you also ask a question to Professor Turan. Okay. Okay. Yes. Please introduce yourself briefly.
So, firstly, I am Dr. Murad Khalf, an associate professor from the University of Constantinople from Algeria. So, firstly, I would like to thank you about your rich presentations for both of them. So, for Dr. Yuan and for Professor Turan. My question completes the first question for the professor. So, can really the green energy be an alternative of the traditional energy in the near future around the world? So, I have an opinion about that, because in my opinion, and it's a not pessimistic opinion, but a realistic opinion. So, it is early to say that we can right now use the other clean energy instead of the traditional energy. Why? Because of several constraints. The first constraint is the quantity produced. So, it is not enough to manage or alimент with electricity big infrastructures. This is the one constraint. So the second, it is the green energy or the clean energy is too expensive too. So first, and we can detect this from for example the war, the Ukrainian war. Several countries from Europe have been faced to a critical situation because of the lack of energy. Another also difficulty is the transport of this energy from country to another one. And I think that a lot of European countries couldn't buy this energy and to use it in their infrastructures. Again, another constraint. So the solar panels, we need a lot of space to use for producing an important quantity of energy. So from that, I think that the best solution for an efficient energy is to combine the traditional energy with the clean energy for a moment in the near future. And thank you.
So, question goes to Professor Turan and Kumya.
Thank you very much. I think that is a very interesting question, very highly debatable, maybe controversial to many people's beliefs that we should go green. Yes, I agree. Some of the things you mentioned on the availability to produce large scale of green energy, definitely that is one of the challenge that we will face. But I believe this will be more of like a short-term issue. Most importantly, I would say it's about choosing the energy that is favorable to the country. So I can give you an example of Singapore. The reason, for example, why did we choose solar energy for ports? That's because of our geographical location. It's at the equatorial, at the equator. We have abundance of sun to harness. And also quite a lot of focus is on biofuel because we have access to large amount of palm oil as a commodity. Ammonia is also something that we are looking into because Australia is one of the key exporter of ammonia. So these are some of the solutions, I would say, to enable a large-scale production of such green energy. And also another strategy is to use a mix of green energy, so that these will relieve certain stress of certain commodity, and it will reduce our exposure to certain price fluctuation in the green energy. But I would say, as what you mentioned, it's very valid that we do not have sufficient quantity right now to really scale up that production. So in Singapore, in fact, we are looking at how do we secure this large amount in the future. We are already beginning to source out suppliers to ramp up on, let's say, biofuel, for example. Where do we get these supplies sustainably and not through bad practices? We are also going into quality assurance of bunker, of fuel. How do we test to make sure that these fuels are actually green and are produced sustainably? Yeah, I hope that answers your question. In fact, we never know what will happen in the future in terms of how much should we rely on green energy, how much should we, what is the optimal or the perfect ratio of fossil fuel and green energy. But of course, the ideal situation is that we adopt a 100%, and by all means, I think here is about being innovative. That is the main theme of the conference. You know, how do we innovate not just on advancement in technologies, but also ideas, policies and practices to really achieve that 100% green energy consumption. Yes, yeah, I hope that somehow answers your questions. Yeah.
Thank you. Professor Duran, please comment.
Well, it's an interesting question, and you know, but also we are seeing a chicken and egg situation. What happens is, unless you develop a policies and research investment, nothing will happen. Today, we are seeing that, you know, the commercial scale, neither you know, the hydrogen, ammonia are available, you know, to power the ships. But if you look at around the world, people are building infrastructure to generate hydrogen, ammonia. Ammonia is not a, how do you call, new product, because the fertilizers are, you know, the fertilizing industry is already utilizing it. So when you look at the ships, there are a number of elements. If we generate the ammonia, hydrogen, the energy that we use to produce that, are they green energy? Are they coming from solar, hydro, or wind? Then it becomes a reality. But currently there isn't, but in 10 years' time, this may not be the case. So there is in Europe, in China, I know that there's a massive building program going for wind farms, offshore wind farms. You know, so generating a lot of you know, the energy, but also they look at this. They are connecting them to the grids, or they use it, you know, as an energy or the hydrogen, ammonia production. You know, so that they can utilize it. Currently, you look at the one, as I mentioned, 1 kilogram of hydrogen, you use a sort of a 45 kilowatt, 50 kilowatt of you know, energy, our energy. However, there are technologies now that reducing this to 40, etc. In 5 years' time, maybe that it will be 1-to-1. You know, so unless you invest in technology, you will not see these developments. Similarly, today we are seeing cars that can do hundreds of miles of, you know, with the charge of batteries or the fuel cells. However, when we try to you know, look at the 10 years ago, there wasn't such a, you know, the development. It's what technology doesn't really grow, and it's my interest and etc. It has to be the governments, you know, the policies, industries, you know, the participation. It requires that, you know, the combined effort. Otherwise, this will not happen. With regards to the carrying the energy from A to B, currently ships are being built for transportation of hydrogen and ammonia, methanol. So in 10 years' time, there will be hundreds of vessels that will be ready to carry those type of, you know, the energy. So there isn't an issue with that. There are a few projects that my university is involved in European, with the Korean, the companies as a European research project building this type of vessels, the how to build and where the challenges are. So it is not, and also some of the land-based systems are being built, and when you try to combine, you try to see that there will be a scale that will be, the large enough. However, overall, it won't be enough unless we create the part of the equation, we introduce the energy efficiency of the systems. If I'm able to reduce the energy requirement for a ship by 50%, I am doing the right thing. So that amount of fuel that I need to transport at the same level will be, the less. So that then we turn into a reality. Similarly, we have wind-assisted propulsion systems. Now ships started utilizing it, and today they are seeing around 12% of their power generation is coming from the flattened rotors, soft sails, etc. There are ships. And Oldendorf just implemented one 5 months ago, and currently they are operating between China and Canada, and they are getting something like 12% reduction in the fuel consumption. So, as I mentioned, you don't have one solution, but number of solutions you put together, and I think we are able to really do this transition. Yes, in some cases we will not have the how we call fully, the green energy, but there are other technologies are being developed, carbon capture technologies. Now there are building of these land-based carbon capture system for land-based industries. You can burn the natural gas, etc., but capture the how do you go carbon, but you generate the electricity to create the other alternative energies. So there isn't the one solution, but let's not be pessimistic, because the innovation is there for us to build the future. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Professor Duran. The last message of Professor Duran is don't be pessimistic. I think this is something which I hope stimulates us to think what to do to conduct research, to do some practices which should make our life healthier and happier. Hereby we close our discussion session. Thank you very much, speakers.
Thank you, everyone.
That was an outstanding session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause for our keynote speakers. Okay, for our keynote speakers, please to stay on the place for our certification.
At this time, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our keynote speakers. We kindly ask that you remain on stage as we present certificate of appreciation. This token of gratitude will be presented by Mr. Dr. Christino Boyke, Chair of SENTA 2024. Dr. Boyke, please join us on stage to present the certificates. Ladies and gentlemen, give another round of applause for our keynote speakers. We now kindly invite our speakers to take their seats as we transition to the next part of the agenda.
Now we'd like to explain the detail for our upcoming parallel session. Room assignments have been displayed on the door of each session room. If you need any further assistance, please feel free to approach our SENTA officer, where our team will be happy to guide you to your room and provide more information. We'll repeat the information once again. The detail for upcoming parallel session is displayed on the door of each session room. If you need any further assistance, please feel free to approach our officer.
Following this announcement, we will break for lunch. You will have 1 hour and lunch will be served in room C101 for all participants. For those wishing to pray, prayer facilities are available on the second floor. Our lunch and prayer break will conclude at 1 p.m. So please ensure you return to your assigned room by then to continue with the parallel session.
Once all sessions have concluded, we kindly request that everyone return in the main room for the closing ceremony. During the ceremony, we'll be recognizing outstanding contribution, including awards for Best Paper and Best Presenter. Thank you so much for your attention, and please enjoy your break. See you. Oh, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed guests, our keynote speakers, and all the participants, we have a photo session. So, to all the participants, may I invite you to join for photo session.
Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to get closer to take a photo session. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to take a photo session together with us.
photo session will be start now. I'll guide you to the photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, please come closer for photo session. Please come a bit closer, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Please come closer. I'll get you to the photo session. Ready in 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, thank you for ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
Enjoy your meal.